Sme tu, ideme to teraz prebudiť, je 5.7.2025, začneme 10.40. Skontujeme samozrejme zvukovú stopku, skontujeme zvukera. Voláme to aj skontujeme zvukové jednotky. Dáme si trošku folie do nosa. Really, vyšiel von. Vonku je malý pečival. Vonku je malý pečival. Vyšiel von. Plešinka junior. Plešinka junior, plešter. Kto by to kedy povedal, že vyjde von plešter. Plešinka junior. Plešinka junior. Sme tu. Vidím, má plešinku tiež, má plešinku. Na plešinku vidíme ju. Vidíme tú plešinku. Biele krídlo. A točí fragy. Plešinka. Čo by? Čo by plešinka? Čo by? Čo by plešinka junior? Čo špekuluje? Čo špekuluje plešinka junior? Čo špekuluje ten Valibuk?
As long as they have contract forms, anyone can serve them. Take a look.
Už sa zašiel plešinka junior, už sa zašiel. Už sa zašiel plešinka junior.
I suppose you think the rumors. That's right. I'm Agatha, the Duke.
The work. Choose carefully.
Ani strašne špekuluje Plešinka junior. Chodí von tabaky miešať. Chodí von tabaky miešať a všetci vieme, že to dobre nie je.
Welcome to the guild shop.
To posledné, čo chceš robiť, ak chodí von tabaky miešať v divočiny píči sa. Jednoducho povedané, nechceš chodiť von. Nechceš chodiť von tabaky miešať. Z žiadnych okolností nechceš chodiť von tabaky miešať. Áno? What? Wait a minute. Ja tieto môžem namaxovať tiež. Wait a minute.
You can only trust the Steel Trust Union.
Honda 70. Right. Longbow 70. 70. Stav for spear. Quality last long. Fish stew. Nechceš chodiť von, tabaky miešať.
You're back.
Nechceš chodiť von, tabaky miešať. Nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance,
Nechceš v divočine tabaky miešať. Nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť. Nechceš v divočine tabaky miešať.
Don't let the rain fool my list of contracts, eh?
Nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť. Nechceš v divočine tabaky miešať. Nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť. Nechceš v divočine tabaky miešať. Narazím bol. Nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť.
Read each story and choose whichever one stands up.
Nechceš v divočine tabaky miešať. Nechceš tabaky miešať, nechceš tabaky točiť. Nechceš tabaky miešať. Nechceš tabaky miešať. Nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť. Nechceš v divočine tabaky miešať. A preto nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť. A preto nechceš v divočine tabaky miešať. Tabaky miešať, tabaky roztáčať. Preto nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť. Nechceš v divočine tabaky miešať. Nechceš tabaky miešať, nechceš tabaky roztáčať. Preto nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť. A preto nechceš v divočine tabaky miešať. Koľko máme? Máme 682. Potom je 708, čiže chýba mi 98. 98 na posledný tabák. 98 na posledný tabák. A ešte získame pekné sústo 11. Tu je milión. Milión, 2, 3. A tu získame 33. 36 miliónov ešte získame. Bude mi to stačiť, nebude? 36. Možno bude. Možno 36 miliónov bude stačiť na 72. Nechceš divočine tabaky miešať. Nechceš divočine tabaky točiť. A preto nechceš divočine tabaky miešať. A preto nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť. Si v divočine, si narúbaný, si v divočine, si vyrúbaný, si v divočine, si rozrúbaný a trpíš v divočine, trpíš v divočine. Ďalšie dvojky, toto získame ešte dneska. Dneska bude ešte dungeon dvojkové viacej. Dvojkové sústo, ešte získame 5 kalanty a tu 5. Tu 5. Ešte nám čaká 10 kalanty. 10 ešte získame z Battle Passu. Koľko budeme mať? 88, takže 12 nám bude chýbať. 12 petolí, za čo? 12 petolí, za čo? 88. 12. Ako je na tom vlastne ten meč? Sumičky sú solidné niektoré. Preto nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť. Nechceš v divočine tabaky miešať. Vítaj, vítaj. Čo je? Špiko. Špiclerka, čo je? Mákový orech. Mákový orech, čo je? Začal si trošku vylizovať gurmanky. No čo je? Čo je? Čo sedíš? Ako pantofla narezané. Že tu nemáš veci, toto pôjde už relatívne pomaly, ale to neviem po... Oni zomierajú, tí piči sú, oni sú narezaní. Bloom Water Lily. No. Čo je Grgo? Grgo, čo Grgino? Grgster. Grgmeister. Čo Grgo? Grg? Grgmeister. Čo Grgino? No, Grgiš. Grgino, čo? Čo Grgo? Taká prvá trošku masívnejšia masáž? Trošku masívnejšia masáž? Preto nechceš v divočine tabaky miešať. Nechceš v divočine tabaky točiť. Si v divočine. Asi pekelne narezaný. Si v divočine. Asi pekelne vyrezaný. Si v divočine. Si v divočine. Trpíš ako vredár. Si v divočine a trpíš ako vredár. Trpíš v divočine. Trpíš v divočine. Nie je to sranda, ale trpíš v divočine. Koľko mi dajú, keď utratím tie bobany? A ešte potom 195. Aké sú to potom na tú 195? Defeat randomized matchmaking. Takže to je easy peasy, to mám. Ja to mám. No. Dimensional Circle Boss. Dimensional Circle Boss, to je... To sú ne tí pičisovia, tí chorí vranáči. Trpíš v divočine. Trpíš v divočine a tabaky miešaš.
This precious liquor. No, not spilling.
Jednoducho trpíš v divočine a tabaky miešaš. Trpíš v divočine. Trpíš v divočine. A tabaky miešaš. Trpíš jako vredár v divočine, trpíš jako vredár v divočine.
You look quite the professional. I'm sure I've got some contracts worth your time.
Trpíš jako vredár, tabaky miešaš. Trpíš jako vredár, tabaky miešaš.
That's big. Read each story and choose whichever one stands out.
Are you here for the treasure as well?
Trpíš v divočine a tabaky
The
miešaš.
master of Golden Wave merchants. We came here to look for the legendary treasure buried on the island. But we were forced to split up by these reptilians. Adventurer, I ask of you, please find the other merchants.
Trpíš v divočine a tabaky miešaš.
Thank you, adventurer. You managed to find all the merchants. We're in your debt.
Trpíš v divočine a tabaky miešaš. Trpíš v divočine a tabaky miešaš. Pekelne trpíš. Pekelne trpíš v divočine. Pekelne trpíš a tabaky miešaš. Pekelne trpíš a tabaky miešaš. Pekelne trpíš, tabaky miešaš.
Just as I was guessing.
Ups boys, ups. A ti zastalo ma to odportovalo do pagody.
There's nothing like a job well done.
Ups.
Contract?
Ups. Ups boys. Už nejakí petoli začali zomierajú. Craft Equipment, Uncommon Plus. Ale chcel by som Craftol Equipment. Uncommon. Čo to je besáčko. Takže tu už v podstate som zabudol, že tu mám 57 sme mali iba. Je mi 98 levelov. Takže získame 17. Takže to nám dá 700. Týchto 5. Týchto 5 nám dalo na 83 Kalandia Shardov. Len teda triko sme nedostali, trikino. Som šiel komanda. Dostali sme ani jedného bobana. Je tu ranged evasion. Tu môžeme odomknúť trade. Na tomto. A môžeme. Môžeme túto dať trade. Vočom. Asi to nemalo veľký zmysel. Teraz sme dostali niečo nové, teda dúfam, že je to Void Stalker. Je to Void Stalker. Je to Void Stalker Overcoat, boys. Je to Void Stalker. Je to tam. Above the ration. Dostali sme to. Dostali sme Void Stalkera Overcoata. Je to tam. Už nákaz nemusíme kúpať, môžeme šetriť na prste. Ako v živote by som nepovedal, že to Void Stalker, že dokážem vylízať.
The moment you start wondering whether to buy something or not,
Hoping to do something good?
becomes
Try one of these.
just buy it.
No strašne slabý trade tam. Má ten buff duration.
Without the help of the adventurers, it would have
Anything
been
better than a happy client? A happy client offering a reward.
Nechám mu tam buff duration. Void Stalkerovi Overcoatovi. Takže máme to.
Aha, well,
V živote by som nepovedal, že nákaz dropne na Void Stalker.
If you carry the... That looks really heavy. Leave it here.
Takže môžeme šetriť na ono.
Trust me, I never lose anything, no matter what. Don't worry about your stuff.
Bodol by život, keby som tam viacej mal.
Anything else you like? That looks really heavy. Leave it here.
Bo niečo iné.
Don't worry about your stuff and enjoy your time.
To neviete, a sme to dropli, som v živote nepovedal. Je to maximálny život. Je bude lepšie, keď tam dáme maximálny život. Je bude lepšie, keď tam manuál dáme maximálny život. Chceme zahodiť môj obľúbený Blade of Field General. Forgotten Lotus. To môžeme dať preč. Ako nemusíme ho zahodiť. Myslím si, že...
Welcome. What are you going to store today?
Myslím si, že ho chceme zahodiť. Skúsime ešte aj trojkový. Zatiaľ poďte sem, zatiaľ sa skryte sem do tej štvorky. Chcem niečo feednúť. To Phantom, aby som feedol. Tam musíme dať manuálny život. Maximálny život, to je kľúč vždy. To bol vždy kľúč. To by som v živote nepovedal, že to Void Stalker, že mi ho pozdropná. Bola trošku šokujúca informácia. Dropol ho. Jak chceme tam buff duration? Neuznám buff duration. Položím to za 5 lízactvo. Takže ušetrili sme 160 coinov. To nevedel. Máme dropol ten Void Stalker. No, budeme mať skôr prsteň. A väčší damage. Áno. Do videa povedal, že dropneme to tričko. Do videa povedal. Do videa povedal, že dropneme to tričko. To nikto nepovedal, že dropneme to tričko, ja vôbec nemáš. Ale dali sme to triko, dali sme triko. Tým pádom môžeme aplikovať. Neuveriteľné. Tam áno, ale tam dáme život. tým sa nebudem sať. A jedným dýchom sme závetri. Ušetrili sme 160 coinov, sme ušetrili. Bude skôr prsteň. Bude skôr prstenica. Bude skôr prstenica. By to povedal. Bude skôr prstenica. Koko, nevylizujeme. Ak chceš trošku bombónov, povedz otvorene, že chceš bombóny. Povedz otvorene, že chceš bombóny. Ja ti donesiem bombóny, dobre? Krokoč. Povedz otvorene, chcem bombóny, donesiem ti bombón. Á. A nie je takto tajne, že bude zo seba robiť pičus, dobre? Mama, povedz otvorene, chcem bombón. Dostaneš bombón. Dobre? O. Máme táto triko? Magic Evasion, Range Evasion. Takže voláme triko. A rukavice. Dajú sa feednúť? Mám feednuté gaťa. Pri gaťa mám feednuté, no mám feednuté. To znamená, o ten powderovací. $150. Maximálny život. Magic Evasion. Range Evasion. No, všetko to dá hneď. A to je veľa blessingov, 1400. 500 blessingu tam. O, level up. Máme to na 9. Sedem. Trikrát zase mi to vyšlo. Neletěl. Ty rukavice jsem použil, no. Já mám rád. Já mám rád ty rukavice. Ja ich mám rád. Tieto si nechám, to je môj obľúbený setík. Tieto rukavice dám na 9. Tieto použijeme. Tu máme Range Division. A v týchto máme Melee Evasion, Range Division. 2 traity. Tieto dáme na 9 a feedneme ich. Wow. Znamená, tu máme tieto voidstolky. 240 blessingu dostanete s ním. That's good, that's good. Začínáme biedne. Už máme túto. Trošku slabšie sumy a ten má 1000 blessingu. No, už máme rukavice. Až vidíme, že sila mi klesla. Ne, mal som 5360. Ne. Išlo mi dole kvôli tradeom. Lebo tieto UKC boli full natradované, mali trošku markantnejšiu silu. No a teraz potrebujeme len upraviť staty. Takže... Defenzíva ostala približne, ne, defenzíva išla dole. No tie rukavice fully natradované, oni urobili svoje. No. Takže potrebujeme stiahnuť 3. Minimálne 4 body. A tu už sú to 2. Takže to dať iba bod. To je neukazuje, lebo nemá bez 29. A už to ukazuje. To je base 22. Nič, dole. Attack speed, melee evasion, ranged evasion, magic evasion. On main maximum damage. Takže takto to bude. 80, 84, 19, 40, 15. Mohli by sme dať wisdom, ale... Wisdom 1. Bolo pekné číslo. Dáme Wisdom 1. Dáme jeden Wisdom. 80, 80, 20, 40, 15. Dalo mi to main, maximum damage, offhand, weapon maximum damage. Trošku regenerácie mali na trošku cooldown speedy. 5, 3, 2, 5. Na maximálny damage plus 20. Sedí to? Sedí to. 320. Keď si ich dáme 386. Trady sme, prečo sme o 3, takže trošku klesla sila. Ale staty sme pekne zinkasovali. Trošku život išiel dole. 34,9, no, to nie je príjemné. A na tom sa pracuje, To má melee vážny. Got a Lotus Boots. Forgot the Lotus Boots. Slabá suma. 34, 9, 5, 6. Vykašanca. Život. Toto môžeme dať nie na 150. Wow. Ideme si do studeného držgrča a dáme šmákom trošku blbanu. Dobre, trošku blbanu. Trošku sme klesli so životom, čo mi nevodia, preto trošku tak filozofujem. Ale ináč je to dobré. Attack speed, range, dex data, sila, dex data. Také trošku parafrázová, Void Stalkera, takže... Získali sme pekné staty. Áno, pekné staty. Teraz sa to bude už trošku viacej, trošku vytáčať. Takže... Takže nakoniec sme získali toho Void Stalkera. Máme toľko života, koľko by som chcel, máme 35 000, ale tak to už. Ale 34 000 ešte stále solidný tabak. Tie kryty budú oveľa masnejšie, sú oveľa masnejšie. Oveľa viacej vylízané. Kdyby se z toho neotržil vše. Daj si jeden boba. To je šperka. Uvidíme, jestli z toho neodrží vše. Postavíme to overcoata. Silná káva. Koľko má základné defenzívy? Ten generál. Kažu. 282, 291, 253, 276. Ja. Už to je to silné, čo sa týka statov. Defenzíva, range defenzívy. Tak je to tam, máme setík, máme finálny setík. Presne 80 sila. No, lebo tu sme stratili tiež nejakú silu. Života buď išiel dole, ale to sa podá. Tu máme život, škoda, že žiadne života budiče tu nie sú. Máme v topánkach život, čo nám nerieši situáciu. Show commander. Melee evasion. Melee evasion. Maximálny život show commander. Máme to tam. Samozrejme nie je to ideálne. Ale no dôležité, že sme pekne vylízali. By som v živote nepovedal, že to tropné. Už som bol vyrovnaný s tým, že 160, že štvrtok to klikneme. Štvrtok, piatok. Postal si tu zázvor, postal si tu. Lustuješ tu pekne tabak. Čuj. Pekne tu lustuješ tabak. Pekne tu lustuješ. Dobre. Takže nemusíme zháňať voice talka. Je to šokujúce, vôbec som nečakal, že to dropnem. Dropli sme. Je to šok. Je to šokujúce. Dropli sme. Stále som z toho v šoku, že som dropol ten overcode. To je šok. Mám 20 minút, mám skoro 20 minút. Preto je tak dlho, tí kokoti nič nerobia, no to je áf. Čakajú na spásenie kojota. Bo tu máme 1000, stačí, že sme dostali jedno brnenie, to je 1500 blessing. Jedno brnenie, hociaké jednotkové, so životom. A je to. Ah, go. Korencov nie je zlá vec. Prijal by som samozrejme iný ako Ransom Food, ale tu padajú gate. Zoberte vodu. To si ja neuvedomil, že nemám život. Dostal za prvú várku tabaku. Z prvej várky nebola ani petolízačka. A z druhej várky boli vlčie topánky. Takže ani prvá, ani druhá várka nepriniesla tabak. Fuck. Ani prvá, ani druhá várka nepriniesli tabak. Fuck. To je šokujúce. Šok. Ani prvá, ani druhá várka nepriniesli tabak. A mohol tam padnúť tabak. Mohol. A tu sú opasky. Hlavne gate, ktoré sa dajú zúžitkovať. Ľudia majú radi tieto rifle. Takisto majú radi túto vondu, ktorá má 0% šancu na úspech. Takže, ako by sme to zhodnotili teda. Takže máme ešte jeden dungeon. Zatiaľ nemáme ovocie. Takže ovocie nebolo, páni, ovocie nebolo. Ale máme to triko. Máme Void Stalker set. Takže to je základ, to je kľúč. To je tá dimenzionálna parafráza, o ktorej sa stále bavíme.
Oh, yeah, French.
Že naozaj máme ten setík.
This is my favorite customer.
Shadow Crypta. Máme dve Shadow Crypty. Také trošku šokujúce. O nich chcel by som. To sú Dusk Bloody s maximálnym životom. To sa dá tiež feednúť. Do rifly. Dá sa, to sa dá feednúť. Šanca 1%. To určite vyjde. A nevyšlo. Kto by to povedal? Áno. Idem tam. Dobre.
You can only trust the Steel Trust Union.
Neboj sa, Gargamelka, neboj sa, spolu to zvládneme.
Minutrite should be here soon. Minutrite should be here soon.
Indeed. It's fascinating how it seems to show up at certain times.
Clear the healing shore for Minutrite.
All right. We'll get those on the shore to safety. Minutrite has finally arrived.
What an amazing creature. It willingly absorbs so much contamination, despite how painful it is.
Minutrite is so powerful. I hear it's even keeping the red ball from spreading further.
We'll do our best. It's the least we can do to show our
All right, enough planning. Get ready.
Znamená,
emperors too.
máme nejaké tabaky, máme nejaké škorice.
Understood.
Ale v podstate sme finishnutí na hnitom tróne. Máme všetko, čo sme potrebovali. Prečo mi to nič neukazuje?
Hey fellow vault dwellers, it's Angry Turtle, and with the next patch we are getting lots and lots of new and improved pair cards. I had time to test them now, so I know how they work. In this video I will try to go to the point and quickly give you all you need to know about those pair cards. In-depth testing and explanations I did during the live stream. We do testing on live stream, so feel free to check that if you need to dive deeper. Now, first one, Bloodluster. It's quite simple, self-explanatory. If you have any bleed effects, it will be 35% stronger and work faster, which is good. It's a really good benefit, and bleed effects will be more powerful from the next update, including the new pain train that you will be able to use with this pair. So that's definitely a good one. Drum Corps. That's a new stacking mechanic, giving you extra damage every time you fire 50 ammo. 50 ammo spent. It's not fully clarified what they meant by that. It means 50 shots fired. That's what should say, unless they meant it differently. But at this moment, 50 shots fired from the gun Why I'm saying repeater fight? Some guys,
Thank you
like
for
the
coming to help
Cremator,
in our efforts
consumes
to heal
10
minion
ammo per shot, but still count as one, not a stack. I was thinking maybe it's all about ammo in this map. It's fired shot with all the implications to that, because that's a fired shot. If you use, let's say, a magazine, Tesla Science, number 5, minus 20% heavy weapon ammo consumption, you will be getting those stats that each shot fired regardless how much ammo you consume. Therefore, like increasing the amount of stacks you can get on a smaller ammo capacity gun. In the same time, everything that instantly refills your ammo, like Wild West 10s or legendary 4-star legendary reload on bashing, will not reset a stack. So you keep stack if that triggers. It doesn't count as reload that would reset your stack. Per stack, you will get 9% damage. You can have 10 stacks by default, but there are charges further increasing the stacks, like bring the big guns, doubling the limit for stack. So with this card, you will get 20 stack and maximum damage bonus 180%, which is indeed substantial that you will feel that. If you wonder if that's only for the heavy gun, no, that works with every gun, although you do need relatively high ammo capacity in order to use those perks efficiently. What comes with those stacks as well, you lock and load. It's half of your ammo spent as stacks when you reload. Each stack will fit the reload speed by 1%. In the same time, what if you are running the gun that says 75 ammo capacity, so you will generate 1.5 of a stack before the reload. How much will you lose? It actually counts every single shot. There is no rounding. It's exact halving. Therefore, 75 ammo after reload, you will start with just under 1 stack. It will be displayed 1 or 0, but it will be done under 1 stack. You will have 35 shots already flying. You will fire 50 shots and you will have 1 stack. Therefore, there is no rounding. It's exact number of shots
Dobra,
fired
gdzie
that
jeste?
is being half for the purpose
Chcę mi
of
naść.
keeping half of your stack.
Bo to na ścianie.
And the last one for our standard stacking bare arms, that's for the bastard. This does work with Basher minigun, so minigun shredder does work with this one. You just need to fire 1k 5 mil and then run out of ammo so you don't reload. If you don't reload, you maintain your stacks as long as you don't swap the weapon. So you can run Basher minigun with extra 100%.
Ale to było tesne.
Iron Fist has been greatly improved. And now it gives you an arm which is fist attack damage improvement based on your damage resistance. It goes up to almost 100% when you have very high damage resistance, like power armor and armor for the boss. Close to 100% boost to your unarmed attack with for just 1 point. Many weapons, as well as you can see by Nikaba, are now categorized into flat and sharp. Two categorization.
Jeszcze mamy jeden.
When you inspect a melee weapon. Flat melee weapons deal plus 100% limb damage. So limb damage increase for just 2 points for all the flat weapons. When you inspect any weapon, you can see what category it is on the bottom. Power 2, energy, 2-hand melee. There is a back that energy disappeared somehow from outside, but that's a different story. Plasma cutter, sharp, 1-hand melee. So you can see the category the weapon is on the bottom of the screen when you inspect. Heavy hitters, blunt melee weapon deals 50% more power attack damage, but only blunt, so unfortunately cannot be used without Slugger is now for all melee weapons, and 30% more damage to crippled targets. Wood Solta, plus 30% damage against bleeding targets. Milsa, 20% swing speed, but only for sharp melee weapons. Whichever is categorized as sharp can benefit from that. And when you calculate the grenades to increase the throwing range, the arc is now moved to settings, game settings, so everyone can have a stacking arc this character pieces and throwing system. There is one new perk increases the speed up of the spin up. The full description probably needs to be updated, but that's the spin up for, let's say, gun blast. Start firing faster from the moment you press the trigger, and the time to speed it up is faster. The fire rate remains the same, it starts firing faster. And the super cool new paint train that now synergizes with the paint train 4-star legendary effect for your armor. And we did test it yesterday. Super fun. It can absolutely kill multiple enemies and has synergy with all the bleed effects and new bleed perk cards and new unarmed perk cards. How far can it be pushed? It's up for me to test it. I don't know, but I can absolutely destroy level 100 super mutants by just sprinting through them with paint drain, perk card, other perks, and legendary armor. So yeah, super cool now. I'm happy with that. Moving to perception and both before me, both and crossbows ignore 40% armor.
Koľko potrebujeme?
Chance to stagger only
350.
so it's greatly buffed.
To nejakých 175 a sme tam.
And crossbows are greatly buffed too compared to live game versions. One of the weakest cards for both, 10% damage for each impairment. By impairment I mean burning, shoulders, bleeding, poison, whatever else can appear under the caliber of enemies count as impairment. So that 10 boost damage is the strongest. This is really fantastic. Arrows and throwing weapons bounce towards 3 additional targets, dealing 8% damage. And yes, if arrows are exploding, there will be 3 explosions from 3 bounces. You can clear out an entire room of ghouls, let's say, with single arrow.
Daj mu
This is
toto.
super cool. I was testing that. I love the bouncing arrows. Super cool. I don't know if that makes sense. You can make argument about that, but it is super cool and works. Master Archer. Arrows and throw melee weapons pierce targets. And that's exactly what it says. But how useful it is, it's not so easy to align enemies to stand behind each other in a line. But if you will succeed, then a single arrow will go through all those enemies and kill them all. Combat the upgrade. But this one will give you additional benefits for being well rested. A little bit unclear, but if we check the patch notes from Bethesda, basically means after you sleep, depends what kind of sleep buff you are getting. So the basic well rested sleep buff, and if you will get this one with body stars, you will get additional 2 agility as a bonus to the buff. If you get kindred spirit, so you have an ally that you romance at your card, you will get 2 perception for that. If you do have lower embrace, is the romance companion. The kindred spirit is regular companion. So if you get lower embrace, that will be 2 charisma bonus, not combat. Huge changes to a lot of revive perks under charisma. Let's dive in. So first one is ELP, but those changes that I will be describing for self-revive apply to all effects for self-revive, self-inflicted, and applied to others, including like Scout Banner. If you pop Scout Banner, you can self-revive every 5 minutes. So then all the other cards will revive effects will apply regardless what caused the revive. So first change, the really big one. It says automatically revive down teammates. There is no downstate enemy. The downstate was removed. Doesn't really say that on the card, but it was removed. Therefore, wherever your teammates will hit 0 health, like empty health, but it's supposed to go down, this perk will trigger and save them by applying a stim pack to them. The stim pack is being used. Your stim pack will be used, and you need to be in range. I don't know exactly how close I didn't test that yet, but you need to be in the same area for sure for it to trigger. The line of sight doesn't seem to be required, and this can trigger every 3 minutes for your teammate. You don't need to do
Čo to piče, toto neznášam, toto čo robia, tieto kurvy.
nearby of your location will hit 0 health, and that will save them, and that will work in raid too, because there is no downstate.
Chorí ľudia.
In raid, but this perk doesn't require that. Therefore, those perks, all of them are really good now for self-revives. Really, really good at this moment as we are testing it on the public test server. healing hand. This one is very important if you really want to use self-revive efficiently.
Oh no!
This one causes you to revive at fully healed. What will happen if you don't use this card? I was testing, and if you are taking a heavy gunfire, you hit 0 health, self-revive triggered, which is using a stim pack. But if you are taking heavy damage, the damage will outdamage the stim pack and you die anyway. Therefore, this is like mandatory. Healing hands will cause self-revive to automatically put you at 100% health. So that's essential. This card needs to be paired with any self-revive effect if you want to really use it efficiently. The stim pack will still be applied and working, so it'll be super tanky after this revive. So you will start at full health, and stim pack will still be working on you. Stim pack will still be used. This is additional bonus. Revive teammates will have 18 action points regen for 1 minute, and that applies to yourself too. If you self-revive yourself, you will get all the benefits from Charisma self-revive related cards and other self-revive and revive-related cards that exist. They all apply to self-reviving. Let's say Scout Banner is being used, you are by yourself, no one around, Scout Banner puts you up, all those extra perks will indeed kick in. Quack Surger, I don't know how useful that is, but you can switch the stim pack consumption to liquor consumption when the self-revive is triggering, or the revive is triggering on your teammates. Revenant, whenever the revive triggers, 25% bonus damage applied for 2 minutes. You can almost continuously have this bonus damage now. It's possible. It's quite possible to have this bonus damage all the time if you want to. Rat Sponge is new and move to Endurance. Now, absorb 30% of rats taken and restore hunger and thirst with those rats. So that's for humans. So I cannot even equip it here, but that's for humans. You will be just fed with radiation. Interesting concept. The ninja perk is new. Now working with bows, throwing weapons, and melee weapons to give 100% sneak attack damage bonus. In the patch notes as well, there was a mention about sneak attacks being now multiplicative. It doesn't really seem to be the case. They're not fully multiplicative. They do work better than on the live game version, but not fully multiplying the damage. So I don't know what exactly those are multiplying and how is that being calculated. There definitely some changes, and this perk is completely new. A deep dive will be needed, I think, for testing for sneak attacks. Grim Reaper Sprint updated to now synergize with your kill streak.
Oj, kokot ma stanął.
Bonuses, and each kill gives 10% action point regeneration. Maxing out at 100% action point regeneration, quite powerful. It's no longer connected to back.
Keď dám tie stany preč, to je zbytočné, ja tak dostám stany. To pokiaľ nemáš minimálne 1000, to je o ničom.
Towards kill streak, so you don't need to be the one shooting enemies. It can be your teammates, you will still get the bonus. Completely new psychopath. This one, hit outside path, reveal your critical meter.
Aj tak ma stanú, by som povedal, 4 z 3. Alebo 3 z 3 ma stanú. 3 alebo 4, to je o ničom. Ako to, či ma stanú 4 krát zo 4 pokusov, alebo ma stanú 3 krát zo 4 pokusov, ako to mi je dosť jedno. Čo je za kokotinu? To nemá value. To nemá value. Absolútne žiadnu.
And ricochet effect. I don't know that's better. But at this moment, what it does, if you have ricochet and psychopath equipped, every time ricochet triggers, it does reveal your critical bar too. To answer your question, can you use criticals outside of VATS? Unfortunately, no. You can only recharge them outside of VATS. You cannot use them outside of VATS. I hope maybe one day they will change it. At this moment, no. Criticals can be used only in VATS, but can be recharged outside of VATS. I will definitely be running rank 1 Psychopath if they don't change it, and it will still synergize with Ricochet. I have no idea if that's intended synergy or not. Can go either way. And lastly, Vladimir. I was really worried about this card. That used to be
Fuck.
universal bonus to everyone, and I was worried that the new one would be completely useless. I did test it. It's not completely useless. It's still only useful for the bleed-related builds. That's what it does. Bleeding enemies you kill have a chance to explode for even more damage based on your luck. The luck is increasing the chance for this explosion to happen. If you will push your luck to like 40-50 area, it seems to most of the enemies, or maybe over half of the enemies, it is indeed
To se neoplatí, to je stane rezistencia tej kokotiny. Hodím ten heal, dej se
I was worried about. But after
To je o
that,
ničom,
since that damage is good
to je o
enough
ničom.
to kill high-level goods. It's not worthless. It's quite useful. You can clear entire horde of goods with those Vladimir's explosions. So now it is quite cool curve. I would say it's still a niche use case. You do need to have a bleed attack. Enemy needs to be bleeding before it dies to have a chance to trigger this explosion. This
Skurvysyn.
explosion do not carry any self-inflicted damage, so you cannot damage yourself with that. So that's safe, and it's not blinding. I was testing the explosion; it's not blinding. Therefore, it's a good perk overall. Is that a welcome chance? For most people, probably not, because you cannot have just a flat 15% damage increase. But it is working surprisingly well. And this is the last perk that have been updated and changed. If you do have any questions, please let me know in comment section, and I will try to help you out. And that being said, thank you all for watching, and see you all in the next one. Hey fellow world dwellers, it's Angry Turtle, and yes, I'm finally updating my guide for the Enclave Plasma. It took a while. I wanted to fully test it with all options on human and on ghoul. So here we are, the best options for your favorite gun. And if it's not your favorite gun, maybe it will be. So now, what do you need to know about Enclave Plasma gun? It is the most unique gun in Fallout 76 and the hardest gun to obtain, at least if you want a good version of it. Any gun, if you just need any, it's not hard to obtain, but if you want a good one, it's hard. Because of its modifications shopping in form of mod boxes, I will just give you a quick version here. If you need a full guide how to farm those mod boxes, how to get them over time, I did this guide recently, so I will link it here on the screen.
Čo tam svieti? Čo to vidím
Weapons
svietiť?
from White Spring Service entrance, that Enclave base. You go there, you can purchase a weapon, vendors selling weapons with random modifications on it. And as well, one new way to obtain mod boxes, when you go to Fisherman's Rest to do daily fishing, it can drop Enclave Plasma Gun mod box. It's very rare drop, as always. It's not gonna happen most likely anytime soon, but it can. You already know how to modify the gun for the most part and get it. What the gun does and what's the best for it. Let's start with the capacitor. This moment I do recommend Prime Capacitor, and that's the only one that you can learn crafting. You learn it from Scourge's quick event, the plan drops in there.
Ako nakoniec to nejaký 1500, čo nie je
That's the only
zlé.
thing that you can really craft. So Prime Capacitor and swapping of the capacitor is easy. The best, possibly best capacitor is calibrated one. You may ask, why am I not using it right now? It's the best box related capacitor with 100% critical damage. The reason for that is, at least for the moment of recording this video, quite often, but criticals fail to correctly register. Therefore, I prefer flat out damage bonus from Prime over calibrated critical related damage bonus. Other capacitors available, and you can see on the right, always says find. It means find a mod box. It says nothing about plan or learning it because it's not possible. You need to find the mod box. How they look like, I will show you. I do have them in my stash box. I have most of them, but some of the capacitors do not exist. Simply as that. I may be missing a couple mod boxes, but generally something that you may want, at full capacitor does not exist, so you'll never get full capacitor for an plasma gun. About those capacitors, the wave gunners with the extra fire damage and increased ammo capacity, they sound cool on the paper. I did test them, and unfortunately, whenever I use any with fire damage, my overall DPS drops significantly, so it's not worth it. If you have any of them already on your Enclave plasma gun, you may consider keeping it. It's so hard to replace those mods. It's better for most case scenario to just get another Enclave plasma gun and craft it with two mods rather than modifying one you have. Each swap costs you a mod.
Máme ešte nejaké petolízače?
Just for testing, it's expensive.
The Lightbringer Society thanks you. We hope we can rely on you if Minitrite needs our aid again.
V dnešnej relácii vítam publicistu Juraja Hrabka. Dobrý deň. Dobrý deň. Pán Hrabko, poďme rovno k témam slovenskej politiky. Máme ich tu viacero. Začneme prezidentom, prejdeme sa premiérom, dostaneme sa až k opozícii. Toto je správa TASR z 29. júna. Prezident Slovenskej republiky Peter Pellegrini si myslí, že predčasné parlamentné voľby na teraz nie sú na stole. Vyjadrenia lídra Slovenskej národnej strany Andreja Danka kritizujúce kroky koaličných partnerov vníma ako politickú taktiku na stabilizáciu jeho voličskej základne. Poukazuje na to, že komunikácia premiéra Roberta Fica s lídrami nenaznačuje kolaps koalície. Uviedol to v relácii TA3 v politike. Poukázal tiež na to, že najväčším politickým počinom bude schválenie štátneho rozpočtu na budúci rok. Pripustil, že jeho tvorba a prípadná úprava transakčnej dane môžu spôsobiť hnutie v koalícii. Myslí si však, že predseda vlády je zdatný vyjednávač a dokáže nájsť kompromis pre podporu rozpočtu v Národnej rade. Dosiahnuť vyrovnaný rozpočet je podľa neho nereálne. Po tých rozvlátených financiách za posledné roky sa to jednoducho nedá podotkov. Tak ako je to po jarnej časti parlamentnej sezóny so stabilitou vládnej koalície? Je to plus minus tak, ako hovorí prezident, alebo niečo obyšiel?
Je to tak, ako hovorí pán prezident, dobre si to myslí. Ak by som mal nadviazať na neho, nie je žiadneho dôvodu myslieť si, že budú nejaké predčasné voľby. Tie budú, až keď sa premiér rozhodne, že majú byť. Tak potom budú, kým sa nerozhodne, že majú byť, tak jednoducho nebudú, pretože to záleží všetko iba na ňom. Vládna koalícia.
Že je to tak teda, že vládna koalícia to má v rukách, to znamená, ak oni vyslovene sami sa nerozhodnú, alebo respektíve premiér Robert Fico sa nerozhodne, že dobre, toto volebné obdobie ukončíme a predčasne a nech sa začne nové, no tak sa jednoducho predčasne neskončí. Nie sú k tomu nútení.
Rozhodne premiér, nie celá vládna koalícia, ale rozhodne Smer, ako predseda Smeru teraz myslím. Premiéra vládna koalícia jednoducho existuje a to je aj odpoveď na vašu otázku, či je alebo nie je. Je to premiér, ktorý určuje neustále témy, ktorý vnáša politiku, ktorý ide svojou taktikou, na rozdiel od mimovládnych strán. Opakujem, kým neposúdi, že predčasné voľby by boli pre neho výhodné, tak tie predčasné voľby jednoducho nebudú. Nech sa deje, čo sa deje, vyriešil problém ten dávnejší s poslancami a vyrieši aj iné, ktoré budú ako na voľbách. Ale SAS nie je vo vláde, to je záruka, že predčasné voľby by nemali byť a ostatní partneri jednoducho sa tomu prispôsobia. Nikto nechce odísť od moci dobrovoľne ani predčasne, okrem SAS teda pardon.
Ale tak vy opakovane tu spomínate podiel Mini SAS na páde vlád, ktorých SAS bola, ale nebola to aspoň podľa môjho názoru ako keby nejaká jednostranná záležitosť SAS. Ak si pozriete vládu, v ktorej bola SAS spolu s Olano, proste to bolo o mnoho komplikovanejšie, než že SAS rozbila vládu. Takisto aj vláda Ivety Radičovej nebolo to jednostranné proste jednoducho tých faktorov tam bolo, aspoň podľa mňa viac.
Veď isté, ale však tie faktory sú aj teraz. Ale nechcel som hovoriť o SAS, len zatiaľ, a tie fakty sú také, každá vláda, ktorej bola SAS, skončila predčasne. Bodka, koniec. Dôvody nás nemusia vôbec zaujímať. Toto je jednoducho fakt. Tých dôvodov bolo našim milión, každé.
Toto je správa z 28. júna. Slovensko na budúci rok nezvýši zbrojné výdavky. Vyhlásil to premiér Robert Fico v relácii Slovenského rozhlasu Sobotné dialógy. Predpokladá, že to tak bude aj v roku 2027. Zároveň deklaroval, že Slovenská republika plní spôsobilosti, ktoré od nej Severoatlantická aliancia očakáva. Mieni, že prípadné navýšenie zdrojov v rezorte obrany musí byť civilných projektov uvádza PSR. Neviem, či ste zachytili, niekedy v minulosti bola taká rozprávka, kde tá hrdinka dostala za úlohu, že musí vnúčiť aj oblečená armáda, depeší, náklady, aj neviem, koľko tam bude. Ona to nejako dopadla. Tak to vymyslela človek. Takže neviem, v každom prípade Slovensko súhlasí o tom, že zvolením po 10 rokov navýši výdavky na obranu, zároveň premiér hovorí, že najväčších rokov, ak bude nejaké zvýšenie, pôjde síce do veľké obrany, ale pôjde do civilných projektov. Príkladom môže byť napríklad vojenská nemocnica, kontroluje obrany, investoruje sa do nej, ale môžu v nej riešiť aj civilov, pokiaľ tá situácia momentálne a takýchto prípadov môžu byť nacené rôzne vojenské stavby, ktoré môžu využiť do civilného rozpočtu. Chcem sa spýtať, či to je ako v tej rozprávke, teda, že našiel riešenie aj tak a všetci budú spokojní.
To riešenie bolo prijaté, takže nenašiel premiéra, ale tak to riešenie bolo prijaté, aspoň čo ja viem o tom, že teda sa navýši na 5%, ale z toho 1,5% tam môže ísť presne na takéto veci, ktoré ste pomenovali, ako sú vojenské nemocnice a ďalšie obslužné činnosti, ktoré tak nazvem. Problém je v tom, že teraz sa nehrá nejaké facility, ale skôr sa hrá multipartnerní obvodový ak s týmto ostatným partnerom budú súhlasiť, že to bude robiť, môžeme si to dovoliť. Vyberať sa aj to bezpečné cieľa, zbytočne máte výborné nemocnice, ktoré sú umiestnené, keď to máte zaručené bezpečné. Bude jedna raketa, padne na všetko zbytočne sa stavali. Preto hovorím, že bezpečnosť je prvorada. No a vládna doktrína bezpečnosti je teraz taká, že aj keby Rus prišiel, tak niekedy odíde.
A to nie je vládna doktrína.
No tak to bolo. Ja neviem, či to bol bonmot. Nie som si tým taký istý, ale dobre, vezmem to späť, ale trvám na tom, že teraz sa hrá o dôveryhodnosť a serióznosť medzi partnermi.
Mám tu správu k slavkovskému formátu. Tento formát je menej známy ako B4, ale teda teraz sa zaznamenalo, že Slovensko sa ujalo rotujúceho ročného predsedníctva slavkovského formátu S3, ktoré potrvá do 30. júna 2026. Hlavnými prioritami budú energetická bezpečnosť, spolupráca v európskych záležitostiach a rozširovanie EÚ o štáty Západného Balkánu, ako aj rozvoj dopravnej infraštruktúry, digitálna transformácia či rozvojová spolupráca. Zo strany Slovenska ide v poradí o 4. predsedníctvo, ktoré v podobe tradičného štafetového kolíka minulý týždeň od Česka prevzal minister zahraničných vecí a európskych záležitostí Slovenskej republiky Juraj Blanár. Okrem Slovenska a Česka združuje slavkovský formát aj Rakúsko. Je menej známy ako V4, kde sme my, Češi, Poliaci a Maďari. Ale teda schádzajú sa tieto štáty aj v tomto formáte. Aký má význam pre naše predsedníctvo?
Ja si myslím, že prakticky žiadny. To môže mať význam nejaký diskusný krúžok v čase mieru, ale nie v čase vojny. Nachádzame teraz v čase vojny. Robíme všetci veľmi dobre, sme súčasťou vojny a teraz takéto diskusné krúžky ja považujem úplne za zbytočné, ale dobre nech sa konajú, keď nemajú čo iné na práci, ale vidíte aj sám, aký je význam B4. A V4 mala mať a mohla mať veľký význam nielen v Európskej únii, ale jednoducho situácia sa vyvíja tak, že dnes prakticky ani neexistuje. Opäť môžu sa schádzať,
To sa
môžu
veľmi rýchlo
rokovať.
zmení podľa mňa, lebo Česko bude meniť vládu na jeseň. V Poľsku už tie prezidentské voľby naznačili, že aj tam sa bude meniť asi vláda pri najbližších voľbách. Tento Tusk prakticky opakuje všetky chyby, ktoré by som našiel aj vo vládach 20 až 23 na Slovensku. To znamená, stráca podporu, ak to neotočí, tak bude V4 v priebehu 2 rokov kompaktná. Otázka je, že či tá kompaktnosť bude výhodou, alebo nevýhodou.
Ja si myslím, že bude skôr nevýhodou. Ten zámer zakladania V4 bol, aby hral určitú úlohu v Európskej únie. Ja to hovorím, opakujem sa, že bolo stávané taktiež pre mierové časy. V4 v tomto zlyhla. Nedokázala sa kompatibilizovať, nie je kompaktná, ako vy hovoríte, napriek tomu, že tieto 4 krajiny poskytovali, respektíve majú dostatok, ale ľudí dostatočných síl na to, aby svoje prípadne spoločné záujmy, na ktorých by sa dokázali dohodnúť, by dokázali aj presadiť v Európskej únii. To sa myslí. A v najbližšej dobe sa to ani nestane, ak sa aj dá V4 opäť dokopy, bude nedôveryhodnou voči ostatným krajinám Európskej únie a nedosiahne tam nič významné. Ale opakujem, to je dané tým, aké časy teraz zažívame.
No, poďme k opozícii, lebo máme tu celkom významnú udalosť v opozícii. Toto je správa z 24. júna, TASR. Novou predsedničkou poslaneckého klubu Progresívneho Slovenska sa stala Zuzana Mesterová. Zvolili členovia klubu na výjazdom z Skalici. Mesterová doposiaľ pôsobila ako podpredsednička klubu, a teraz toto je dôležité. Na pozícii strieda Martin Dubecil, ten sa stal podpredsedom Národnej rady UVAZ TASR. Odkedy odvolali pána Šimečku, teda z rozhodnutia vládnej koalície, ktorý má parlamentnú väčšinu, tak podpredseda, ktorý by stať, na Slovensku má tradíciu, že jeden z podpredsedov parlamentu je hlavou opozície. Túto tradíciu ale môže garantovať iba koalícia, lebo tá má väčšinu a tá rozhoduje. To znamená pán Šimečka, ktorý bol podpredsedom za opozíciu, bol rozhodnutie koalície odvolaný. A keďže Progresívne Slovensko je najsilnejšie opozičné strany, to nie chcel nominovať iného kandidáta, a takže kandidát nebol, boli iba koaliční podpredsedovia parlamentu. Teraz sa to zmenilo, opozícia sa dohodla, návrhy pán Dubecil, koalícia to akceptovala, stal sa podpredsedom parlamentu. A teda namiesto neho predsedničkou poslaneckého klubu prešla sa na Mesterová. Môžeme takto okomentovať toto znenie, čo sa zmenilo, čo sa to v parlamente zmenilo.
Zmenila sa pozícia predsedu Progresívneho Slovenska pána Šimečku, ktorý bol odvolaný a neprávne teda účelovo odvolaný, pretože vždy jasný, ktorý jednoducho potom nepochopil politické súvislosti, začal trucovať a Progresívne Slovensko rok nikomu nenavrhol. Sa ukázalo, že ustúpil, prestal trucovať, ako nevedel pán Dubecil bol väčšinou zvolený za podpredsedu parlamentu a je takto vyjadrný. Takže tento zákaz je úplne skutočný, trvajúci Progresívne Slovensko môže mať svojho podpredsedu už krátko po odvolaní pána Šimečka z funkcie.
Myslím si, že to bola politická chyba, lebo tým, že odmietali navrhnúť iného, ako keby pripomínali ten spôsob odvolania pána Šimečku, bolo to naozaj politické rozhodnutie vládnej koalície, s ktorým opozícia nesúhlasila. Bolo to podľa vás zbytočné, akorát stratili čas.
Áno, lebo ak by to tak nebolo, tak by ho predsa nenavrhli ani teraz.
Tak potom nebolo teraz navrhnutie pána Dubeciho chybou, pretože tým pádom ako keby potvrdili, že celý ten rok stratili zbytočne.
To je taktika. Ja som pána Dubeciho samozrejme nenavrhoval. Ja hovorím iba o tom, že pán Šimečka rok trucoval, teraz prestal trucovať a ukázalo sa, že parlament je ochotný a schopný zvoliť podpredsedu parlamentu z Radou Progresívneho Slovenska. Hoci ktorého podľa mňa, okrem teda pána Šimečku.
A ako hodnotíte úlohu novej predsedničky poslaneckého klubu?
To ja nehodnotím, ja poznám pani poslankyňu, samozrejme poznám ju sa výstupov, povedzme, na tlačových besedách, ale podľa toho sa nedá hodnotiť, pretože mimovládna poslankyňa, jej stanoviska musia byť kritické ešte nič iné nepreukázala, teda, že by vedela robiť, lebo to preukázať ani nemohla. Takže hodnotiť sa to podľa mňa nedá. Je to vnútorná vec progresívneho Slovenska. Dá sa povedať všeobecne, že akú predsedničku si zvolili, takú aj budú mať. Ja si myslím, že voličov to veľmi ani nezaujíma, že voličov zaujíma politika, ktorú robí strana ako celok. A vnútorné rozdelenie funkcií ide aj tak mimo nich a to nie je až také dôležité.
Je pravda a v tom súhlasím, že to nie je až také dôležité pre voličov, lebo už zase naozaj bežný volič pri všetkých tých starostiach, ktoré život prináša, nemá čas dopodrobne sledovať, ako sa to v tom parlamente varí. Ale tam v parlamente je predseda poslaneckého klubu dôležitý človek, pretože je komunikátorom medzi poslaneckým klubom tým, ktoré tam predseda a ostatnými poslaneckými klubmi zastupuje ho na grémiu poslaneckom. Čiže tam to má váhu.
Ešte, no.
Dobre, ešte tu mám...
Pani poslankyňa môže pekne prejsť z funkcie podpredsedničky na funkciu predsedu. Má s tým skúsenosti.
Okay.
No tak tým, čo ste hovorili, že to je významná funkcia to ja nespochybňujem. Ja som hovoril o inom, keď som povedal, že voličov zaujíma a môže zaujímať politika strany ako celku a nie kde má kto akú funkciu v rámci strany, ale keďže pani poslankyňa bola podpredsedničkou klubu tak teraz sa stala predsedničkou, to znamená ako podpredsednička už nadobudla isté skúsenosti a spolu s pánom Dubecim, čiže kontinuálne prejde z funkcie podpredsedu do funkcie predsedu. Vie, čo ju čaká.
Toto je správa z 1. júla. Týka sa mimo parlamentnej strany, ktorá má ale svojho reprezentanta nie len teda, že ako keby v parlamente, kde mu spočíva mandát, ale má ho dokonca vo vláde. Toto je správa z 1. júla. Mimo parlamentná národná koalícia zmenila svoj názov na stranu vidieka. Útorok o tom informoval jej líder a minister cestovného ruchu a športu Rudolf Guláš.
Sračky, ako sa nám dostalo.
Ako nezávislý poslanec. Zdôraznil, že strana chce reprezentovať tradičné hodnoty a najmä tradičnú agrárnu podstatu Slovenska. Strana bude podporovať regióny. Kuliak zdôraznil, že Slovensko je vidieckou krajinou, uvádza TASR. Jednak možno pár slov k tej samotnej situácii. Je to celkom kuriózne. Mimo parlamentná strana, relatívne malá, s nie nejakou veľkou podporou aj v prieskumoch, má vlastného ministra. Už sa v minulosti stávalo, že povedzme malá strana, OKS je toho príkladom, OKS sa nikdy nedostalo ako keby vlastnými silami do parlamentu, ale pravidelne jej reprezentantov dávajú svoju kandidátku iné strany, dostávajú sa do parlamentu, ale že by minister bol vyslovený, že za OKS, dokonca by ani nereprezentoval ten politický subjekt, ktorý ho do toho parlamentu dostal, to sa mi zdá byť úplná novinka. Je to tak?
Myslím si, že by sme našli takýchto nezaradených ministrov, ktorí potom aj neskôr, povedzme, sa stali členmi parlamentnej strany, ale to by som musel sa do archívu takto bezprostredne, si to nepamätám, že ktorý by to bol. Opakujem, myslím, že by sme našli, ale to je úplne jedno. Pán Huliak je v špecifickej situácii, tak či onak, či už vytvoril precedent, alebo ho nevytvoril. Je to špecifická situácia, ale tak si ho užíva. Pozrite sa, samotný názov strany nedokáže pripútať voličov. To už sme ďaleko za tým, keď tu vznikali strany s takými názvami, ktoré mali za úlohu iba upútať voličov a zvoliť ich, ako bola napríklad erotická iniciatíva, ak si spomínate. V začiatku to bol taký boom, že strana
alkoholických nápadov,
priateľov, iná a takých vecí. To spraví politikou. Pán Huliak to môže urobiť politikou, pán Huliak je pri moci. Inými slovami, má všetky nástroje, ktoré moc poskytuje na to, aby jeho strana bola čo možno najúspešnejšia. To je celé. Musí robiť politiku. Len tým, že zmeníte značku, tak jednoducho tých voličov neprilákate. Musíte urobiť politickú stranu, vystavať jej program, prejsť toho programu, ktorý je. Treba, ale to už je na pánovi Huliakovi, opakujem, má možnosti, ktoré nemal, kým sa nestal ministrom, ako dokáže tieto možnosti využiť, je iba na ňu. No a potom vo voľbách konec koncov uvidíme.
No,
Je to taký trochu tristný príklad, iba dopojujú opakom zase pána Poliaka, je povedzme SNS. V súčasnej situácii SNS nemá de facto ani žiadne ministerstvo, de facto jej poslanecký klub v parlamente sa drží iba za výpomoci jedného poslanca zvoleného za Smer sociálnu demokraciu a má úplne iné starosti teraz, ale nemá tú moc takú, akú má pán Huliak. Čiastočnú teda, ale opakujem, je pri moci, má nástroje k tomu, aby mohol byť úspešný, ako sa ich zhostí, to bude na ňom, ale iba samotná zmena názvu s tým naozaj nič neurobí.
No tam dokonca je možno, že tá zmena názvu to zhorší, nie veľmi. Tak ako to nemôže veľmi zlepšiť, myslím si, že to nemôže ani veľmi zhoršiť, pretože tá strana nie je veľmi známa, ale je fakt, že tú svoju prítomnosť v parlamente pán Huliak od začiatku využíval na to, aby aspoň trochu spropagoval názov Národnej koalície. On sa snažil ju proste spomínať v parlamente na tlačovkách, rozprávať o nej, proste dostať trošku to do médií a myslím, že sa mu to do istej miery podarilo. Nie nejako, že by zase rozvalil mediálne prostredie na Slovensku tým, že má Národnú koalíciu, ale predsa len pár ľudí zaregistrovalo, že Národná koalícia existuje, no a teraz už neexistuje, bude musieť začať od začiatku. Stojí to za to?
No rozváril to dobre, pretože ak si pamätáte na tie časy, tak bolo veľmi veľa rečí a konec koncov svojou politikou pán Huliak iba vďaka nej je tam, kde dnes je, teda na ministerstve, pričom v parlamente má 2-3 poslancov, ktorí sú s ním, ktorí mu tam držia chrbát, tak povediať. Opakujem, samotná zmena nestačí, ja si myslím, že tých voličov zase nebolo až tak veľa, aby ich to dokázalo popliesť. A na to, ak tí, ktorí sa popletú do zmeny názvy, opakujem, pán Huliak má dostatočne dobré a silné nástroje na to, aby im takúto zmenu dokázal doručiť. Aby vedeli, že Národná koalícia už nebude, ak nebude, lebo to je proces, samozrejme to musí tu zmenu zaregistrovať ministerstvo vnútra, až potom o tom môžeme hovoriť, že už Národná koalícia neexistuje a existuje strana, ktorá sa nevedel, či spolka alebo strana vidieka, no tak potom toto všetko musí pán Huliak voličom doručiť. Tí, ktorí volili Národnú koalíciu a tí sa rozhodnú, či budú pokračovať alebo nie. A opäť zase presvedčiť teda aj ďalších k tomu, že je potrebné voliť stranu s pánom Huliakom na čele. Ale to už je hudba budúcnosti, to uvidíme, nevieme v tejto chvíli povedať nič, ako budú vyzerať ďalšie voľby.
Ďakujem pekne, to bola posledná otázka našej dnešnej diskusie. Ja za počas nej ďakujem Jurajovi Hrabkovi.
Ďakujem za pozornie.
A my sa s pánom Hrabkom opäť stretneme na budúci týždeň. Dovidenia.
To sa nemalo stať.
Matúš Šutaj Eštok a jeho 50 000. Nie je to suma na kúpu bytu, je to kaucia, ktorú budú musieť politické strany zaplatiť za to, že sa odvážia postaviť kandidátku. A ak neprelezú 5%, peniaze sú fuč. Ústavné právo byť volený sa zrejme má vzťahovať len na tých, ktorí majú za sebou silného sponzora. Kto nemá peniaze, má smolu. Koalícia chce takto zamedziť špekulatívnym kandidátkam. V preklade tým, ktoré znepokojujú koalíciu svojou existenciou, alebo tým, ktoré nie sú kandidátkami našich ľudí. Natíska sa
A ty si jebo, ty si mŕtvý mozgu. Si dá, že nejaký boj draftovaný. Ako tento jebo. Ako ten plešatý, to je úplne mimo. Takže nakoniec nebudeme musieť triko stávať. Triko sme dropli,
Just let me know if it's contracts you're after.
čo je solidné. Triko. Triko sa samozrejme droplo. Bol to takzvaný samozrejme trikový dropper. Voláme to trikový dropper. A vďaka tomu, že sme dropli triko, tak tam môžeme úspešne lustrovať. Ďalší biznis je o polnoci máme kšeft.
Welcome.
Do polnoci v podstate už nie je nič. Jedné, čo by sme mali dať, čo by sme mali oprášiť. Je naozaj páky, lebo po je trpaslík, je dwarf. Pozriem, či som prerobil na tomto. Ja som to predal 1640. Neprerobil som nejako. Zatiaľ to vyzerá stabilné. 1640. Vyzerá, že sa predávajú do tých 1700, 1800, takže nejaké veľké prerobenie nemôžem povedať, že by bolo. Nejaká veľká lustrácia nemôžem povedať, že by bolo, áno. A pekne sme to otočili, pekne sme to otočili. Chcel by to nejaký podmaz, ale podmazy nie sú. Takže máme 5 kľúčov, to by trebalo ešte rozprúdiť. Takže už máme setting, máme finálny setting, máme Void Stalkera. Mohlo to byť samozrejme lepšie. Všetci sme vedeli, že silu stratíme. Ale silu sme nestratili, stratili sme iba optické číslo. Číslo nám kleslo z 5306 na 5325, stačili sme 35 bodíkov. Lebo tie rukavice boli fully tradenuté. Preto. My sme stratili nejaké bodiasy, áno, nejaké bodiasy. Ale nič šokujúce. To je ale číslo nie je dôležité, dôležitá je efektivita. Stratili sme nejakú defenzívu, ale získali sme damage ako hovno. A tie defenzívy, to sú tie nepodstatný kalibr. To sú nepodstatný kalibr. Získame 20 maximálny damage, takže tie bomby, naozaj tie kryty sa už pekne budú vytáčať. Takže je to dobré. Triko máme. Triko máme trickera. Máme trickera, máme solidné skiny, máme stále 10 000. Najbližšie utratíme 450. Ale 450 sa utáti až 1. augusta. 1. augusta, ak, tak 1. augusta. A tú škrekočku zadarmo, tú lekožicu, Da Vinciho kód. Da Vinciho kód by sme aktivovali až 1. augusta. A 25. aktivujeme to zadarmo. Až tam sa to samozrejme znova bude lustrovať. Na takú páškálnu úroveň, no. Na takú páškálnu úroveň. To sa bude na takú páčkálnu úroveň. A môžeme tvrdo povedať, že teda nečakal som to, ale dropli sme to triko. Bol to trikový dropper. Blessingu je plná riť. Tam sme dali to vlčie triko sme aktivovali. Vlčieho trickera. Vlčie triko už nemá takú silu. A že je to solidné. Myslím, že sa drží stále meč. Meč sa drží. Táto vec sa nejako drží veľmi dobre. Stav. Ak sa bude takto držať stav, tak zoberieme stav. Zoberieme jednoznačne stav. To je číslo hovoria za všetko. Čokoľvek tam dostanem, čokoľvek, tak sa dá zužitkovať za solidnú sumičku. Čokoľvek. Ako som povedal, ja nepotrebujem legendárnu zbraň. Mám ich úplne u pagody. Pokiaľ nemám na tú legendárnu zbraň, bola minimálne plus 12 už keď. Takže ja budem mať zváňačky, ja ho nebudem mať tak skoro. Možno na konci roka. Odhadoval by som, že možno niekedy v decembri by som mohol líznúť. To ja budem všetko predávať, lustrovať, točiť financie. Ľudia milujú stav. A odkupujú. Pokiaľ sa stav bude držať v takýchto číslach, že sa predáva okolo 1500, pokiaľ sa bude niečo riešiť. Ako môžem povedať, že aj meč je dobrý, áno. A meč je solidný. Problém s mečom je, ale aj meč je solidný. 3, 8, 3, 2. Dá sa aj meč zobrať. Ale keď tam dostaneš collision šancu, tak si násolený v nohy, keď dostaneš toto. Toto je problém, že ak zoberieš meč, dostaneš collision šancu, tak potom si ho reálne môžeš nechať. Potom si ho môžem nechať. To, ako ťažko, tam som potom prerobil dosť veľké futra. Ťažko povedať, no ja by som aj. Ľudia chcú stav, ja by som chcel postaviť meč. Ako na jednej strane stavať meč môže byť nepríjemné z toho aspektu, že postavím meč, dostanem tam nejaký kvalitný trade, nejakú silu alebo niečo a budem to chcieť používať. Toto je problém, takže. Potom to nebudem chcieť predať. Kdežto keď postavím stav, tak na 100% to budem chcieť predať, tam nebudú nejaké opletačky, že používať, nemám stav, predáva sa. A znova, tie čísla sú dobré. Stav, je jednoznačný stav. Mi chcete povedať, že niekto predal za 10? Niekto predal za 10? Nejaký piče sa pomýlil a dal... What? Lebo keď postavíš stav, tak si násolený, si pekne násolený. Áno, si pekne násolený. To je tá vec. Nie, budeme stavať stav, som si myslel, že postavím meč, ale na budúci týždeň postavíme stav. Bude sa stavať tá zbraň, ktorá zarobí najviac. Bezkonkurenčná. Bezkonkurenčná. Dožili sa strašných časov, všetci to vieme. To sme sa dožili strašných časov, je každému jasné. Je to katastrofa, je to niečo strašné. Ako nečakal som, že dropnem to triko, dropol som triko, čiže je to šokujúce. Ale ako som povedal, som bol v tom, že postavím meč, ale na... Jednoznačne stav, zatiaľ to vyzerá na stav. Nie, že by sa zmenila nejaká situácia. Nie, že by sa zmenila nejaká situácia. Čo nikto z nás nepredpokladá, že sa situácia nejako otočí. Ja mám legendárnu zvany uprdele. Ako je silnejšia, ale... Dôležité sú financie. Financie. Padlo to. No nič. Nestihnem. Ako práve nestihnem, pokiaľ to nahlási táto kokotina. Pokiaľ to spustí. Ja ešte mám stále 40 sekúnd, mal by som byť vnútri, alebo som ho zaregistrovaný. Mal by som to stihnúť, ale je to zase tesné. No pokiaľ to spustí, pokiaľ to nebude točiť ešte 10-20 sekúnd. A pokiaľ to nebude takto stáť. Neviem si tam som popravde. Ešte nestihnem to. Toto bude teraz minúte robiť do nekonečno. Ešte takže pouze v hovne. To už je pasa. Bože. Veľa kokotov, treba sa zaregistrovať a odísť odtiaľ preč. To padá kvôli kokotom, je ich tam príliš veľa, sa nahromadí na jedno miesto a nezvládne to. Chore. Treba odtiaľ odísť, zaregistrovať sa, odísť. Potom by to malo rozdýchať. Legendárne zbrane sú forma zárobku. Legendárne zbrane sú forma zárobku. Treba odísť, zaregistrovať sa, odísť preč. Zaregistrovať sa a najlepšie to vypnúť, odísť preč, odtiaľ, kde je veľa kokotov. Vypnúť to. Vypnúť to a zapnúť to. A potom dúfať, že to nespadne na začiatku. Je to chore, čo sme sa dožili, je to chore. Dožili sme sa extrémne chorých časov. Ďalší boss je o 4, je to pičil z... Ako tí bossovia sú hnoj, ale ja ich potrebujem tie sračky, ja to nemôžem takto tolerovať, tieto padania. Ich potrebujem na tieto kokotiny. Acquire Field Boss Participation Reward, toto potrebujem. A tu aj World Bossa, to tiež mi padlo jak kokotina. To tiež sa zabagovalo. Hore kurvy. Spustil som Fallout. Nebudem môcť spúšťať Fallout, keď budú bossovia. To nedá. Ja som tam, to je v sračke. Ja som mal dosť času na logovanie sa naspäť a tá sračka to aj tak nestihla. Tak chorá piča, na to nestihla aj tak. Budem si musieť asi stredného tržiaša znova. Skurvená pamäť to nezvláda. To je sračka. Aj náda tieto sračky. Nebudem môcť asi púšťať Fallout. A ten kokotina Black Desert ani nešiel. To je sračka. To dáva zmysel. Tak kde zelený není zapnutý. Jedna skurvená sračka nahnitý trón ti mi zožeje 15 giga. To nevejde, ale... Nič, treba to naozaj robiť tak, nahlásiť sa, odísť preč odtiaľ, nahlásiť sa, odísť preč, kde nie sú kokoti, kde ich nie je vidno. Vypnúť to a zapnúť to. Otestovať to, nahlásiť sa, byť tam na čas, nahlásiť sa o 00, odísť odtiaľ preč na nejaké miesto, kde nevidím kokotov, vypnúť to a zapnúť to. Lebo nahlásenie by si mal ostať. Vidíme, že to, aj keď ma odloguje, aj keď spadne mi klient, tak to budem musieť otestovať. To je chore, čo spravím. Jedna táto sračka mi zožije 15 giga. Alebo 12 giga. 12 giga RAM, jedna sračka. Neoptimalizovaný hnoj. Čo je? Prišiel som Worldbossov včera, dneska o ďalšiu sračku. Milión tých kokotí Abyssal kontraktov, Teplo jak hnoji, teraz musí byť aj vonku teplo. Lebo je tu väčší hnoj ako bol včera. Není, vonku je zima zosratá. A to je to, keď je vonku 25 stupňov a viacej, to je koniec. To je úplný koniec. Ja to nerozumiem ako, ale to je koniec. Ak je vonku 25 stupňov, je koniec. 25 je koniec. Je úplný koniec. To bude chcieť ďalšieho studeného držgrša. Nedal som si dal studeného držgrša, môžem si ho dať znova. O 11. bol studený držgrš, o pol 12. O pol 12. bol studený držgrš. Je 13:15. Necelé ani 2 hodiny som vydržal. 2 hodiny. Každé 2 hodiny si môže dávať studeného držgrša, nejaký taký je ten pomer. Už to nezvládam túto petelicu. Extrémizmus. Dve kokotiny idú. 87% výťaženie v nohy. Čo to piče s tým znova je? Čo s tým je? Kor. Už som dosť rýchly, už doletím normálne a sa... Ten nový tam stále bude zakotvený. Podľa mňa. Zas to vyplo, a? Čo s tým? Ešte mám 2. Už iba jedno. Ale tá jedna by mohla byť niekde tu. A je tu. Nič, ideme sa z toho natáčka však znova. Ideme veci do pagody. Ja nedovolím portovať sa. Veľa pagody. Často to vyspievam fishing rodo. Čo som spravil?
Everyone knows plants are weak to fire.
Takže o polnoci máme až kšefty, he?
The frame animals on flame magic.
Takže toto je o 4. kšeft, potom máš o polnoci kšeft, o 10. si to bossovia kokoti zase. To sú tie ťažké hnoje. Ideme sa stveného Dashgrasha.
So I got scammed. Let's talk about it. It's contribution, maybe it's points. If you're really old school, you understand what I mean when I say DKP. Maybe they use that. Can't really explain DKP right now. It's fucking complicated, but it's one of those systems they use, right? So loot being guild load is not surprising. What is surprising is the fact that world bosses are also the domain of guilds. So what ends up happening is this: before this guild was level 10, they basically were struggling to get members. They were spamming over and over again. They couldn't break that 50 lives properly, so they had like 50 members hovering. Once we got to level 10, it almost became automated to keep this guild full. They leave the guild on auto join. They throw a couple spams out there, and then when people see these spams saying that, hey, we joined the guild, we're paying on these looses for top contributors and stuff like that, people click the join, they automatically get accepted. Right? So they kicked my brother out. He was immediately replaced by some random who joined literally like seconds later. When this happens, people join in, they do their contributions, they don't know when payouts are happening, whatever, and they just put their work in because they try to get to the top 3. They see whoever's at the top, they try to grind really hard, and that's it, them grinding really hard levels the guild up, giving them more credibility, more clout because they appear to be active. And then when the guild bosses roll around, everyone shows up, does their part, you get the loot, and then everyone logs off and kind of waits. The veterans who were in the guild who realize, oh, this is a scam, whatever, they've already quit, right? So it's all fresh faces who don't know what's going on, who are just sitting there waiting. So you give those guys an excuse, right? And then when you give an excuse and the veterans hear it and they go, oh, these guys are scamming us, and they bounce out, new guys replace them. So it's this endless cycle. And then you ask, how does these officers benefit from this? Well, they get to sell these items. Selling items in this game is grossly complicated. You either have to craft and get a great success when you craft that allow you to sell the item, or when items drop from world bosses, they go into the guild bank, and then from there they can be sold as long as they aren't signed to a player. And then when it's sold, the idea is supposed to be that Lucid is given to the person who's acquired it and split among the guild, depending on how they decide to do the distribution. Lucid is account wide. So what they're doing is they're assigning the items to themselves. Take a dropped item with some in-game currency and materials. You can craft it into a lithogram, which is basically a blueprint, and that blueprint then can be sold. That is the third way you can sell an item as a player. So what I'm feeling they're doing This is me guessing, but I'm pretty sure it's a good guess. These guys are running alts. When I look at their activities, these guys aren't really active. The officers in Unison, even though the guild has 70 members, there's about 6 officers. These guys are never on, or when they're on, it's kind of like maintenance stuff they're doing, right? They're not really active on the Discord. The only time they're really active is when a world boss is coming up. So they'll say, hey, go to Belinda when it's sponsored. The Queen Belinda came out, and that's it. They don't really work. They don't do any conflict bosses, which are the PvP world bosses. They don't do any normal world bosses at all. It's just the Blender, which is a big deal, and then they come for the guild bosses, and they do that. You finish guild boss and then log off again, right? That's the pattern I was noticing in that after I started really paying attention to how these guys are functioning. They're making a Zerg guild. They got it over level 10. They have it on auto join. The guild itself is above 60 members, capped out at 70 most of the time. And when you look at their ranking, it says their ranking is around 69 or so, real-time ranking in terms of all the guilds. So they're a pretty decently ranked guild. They look pretty active. These officers are all working in unison to get players to farm guild bosses for them, to get them loot so they can give it to themselves, dole out, and sell it. They use the loot to gear their main characters that aren't these characters that they're using here. And this guild system kind of promotes and allows them to do this because everything is completely automated. The guild itself replenishes its numbers automatically, but they don't have to actually recruit anymore. They put on auto join, auto accept, and then they're doing all this, getting people into the guild, and then people join, they put in their little effort, they try to get first place, they do the guild boss, ask when I'm going to get paid, they don't get paid, they get kicked out or they leave on their own, and then the cycle continues and new people keep joining and replenishing the numbers because all the other guilds have high guild requirement. If you look at all the other guilds, they want you to be ranked 400, high activity score, gear score 3,000. These numbers are no fucking joke to do. So if you're new, fresh 50, and you're still trying to figure out your gear, and every guild on the first 50 pages are saying, hey, we need you to have all this crazy ass score, and then you roll yourself down in the top 60 guilds that says, hey, we just come join us and roll with us, and we reward contribution. You're going to join that guild. And it seems to be the running scam in a lot of these guilds. If you go on the Reddit, you'll see dozens of posts of people going through the exact same scam that happened. You'll have people saying like, hey, some big item dropped, and then the guild kicked everyone, and they fucking bounced with it. Hey, some big thing happened, and they end up stealing all the items, and they kicked everybody out. It's happening so often because there's no protection against it. And what makes it even worse, if you leave the guild or get kicked out of the guild, you have a 3-day lockout now where you can't join another guild, you can't buy any items from the guild vendor, you can't get any guild coins. So they get to take the item, boot you out of the guild, and punish you with not being able to join another guild. It's all because you weren't able to pick the right guild. Now, I've seen people on the Reddit saying, well, just make sure you just vet properly and make sure it's a good guild, blah, blah, and say, how do you actually do that? When they can just straight up lie to you. And they can change rules anytime they feel like it. Because like I said, beginning, these guys were honoring it. They were going to guild bosses, you're going to world bosses, and if you got a drop and you got lucky to get a drop, they gave it to you. Turns out they were only giving it to you because it wasn't really worth selling, right? They know what they're looking for. They played in Korea. They know that they're looking for specific names. This item dropped, Bile Drench Cape, bullshit item. Here, yeah, you can have that. Marin crystals, whatever dropped, or precious, whatever the hell dropped. Yeah, you can have that. Take it. You got that. Oh, what's this heroic pants dropped? Yeah, you can have that shit. Oh, field gauntlets of the field general? Yeah, no, we're keeping that. No, we got that. No, we're gonna keep that shit. Talus staff? No, we're keeping that shit. Anything that matters, we're keeping that shit. Oh, you got a problem with it? Kick you out, crack it down. There's no log that tells you what happened, and you get angry, and you discover for yourself, and you leave in anger, but then you leave 50 plus other players in there who are out there grinding this rat race out, hoping that they get first place so they can get paid on before they realize they're not going to get paid, and they also get scammed. They also get frustrated. Maybe you see where this is going, right? This is an endless loop of players trying to join guilds that will accept them, and these guilds that will accept them are looking to use them to farm loot so they can basically scam them. It's a gross system, and it's one that NCSoft could easily rectify by removing guild only as a loot option from the world bosses. Let me explain further what I mean by that. I'm perfectly fine with guild activities being the domain of the guild. Guild bosses are spawned in the guild hall. You need a guild to do them. They're unlocked based on guild level, and you need a guild leader to activate these bosses. So when a guild leader spawns one of these bosses, yeah, all loot that drops from that for sure should belong to the guild. Do whatever the fuck you want with it. But the world boss shows up for everybody. You can open up this calendar here. All of these red markers, these are all world bosses. Anytime you see one of these, you can just go join. In fact, once I quit the guild, I went and joined in one of these world bosses, and I ended up getting myself a world boss drop solo. Nobody else is fucking with me. When you go on the Reddit and ask, why is this even allowed to happen? They, without hesitation, show up and say, well, world bosses are technically guild bosses, so you need your guild to even do them, blah, 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 and whatever such fucking nonsense. I did this solo. I've done several world bosses solo. I've gotten some bullshit before, but I was solo. I had no goddamn guild, and not only that, because I dropped it, I got a bunch of people mailing me saying, "Yeah, I see you on the guild. How about you join our guild?" Blah 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 blah. Because you're a dude with a 2,400 gear score, you just dropped a decent item, and you're ungilded. So you are able to acquire drops from this solo. So why the fuck do these items go to the guild when you're in a guild? It doesn't make any sense. And I've never seen it in any other game. Usually when it comes to donating gear to the guild that wasn't earned with the guild, it's a choice. This is the first game where it taxes it from you. No matter what, any world boss loot that drops that matters, it takes it right out of your bag and puts it into the guild donation box. And then the guild leader gets to decide if you get to keep your item. That's insane. And it's ripe for scamming other players.
Course. Lebo ste kokoti, ja som si založil vlastnú rodinu, som v nej sám a nestresujem. To isté môžete robiť vy kokoti. Založte si vlastnú rodinu, buďte v nej sami a nikto vás neosere. Nikto vás neosere, máte pred seba všetky kontrakty, všetky šmaky. A nikto s vami nebude vypekať. Ale ste chujovia, ktorí si moc idete medzi pičusov. Ideš medzi pičusov, zoserie sa s pičusmi. To je to pravidlo. Tlačíš sa k pičusom, vyletia ťa pičusovia. Chujovia sa nemajú tlačiť pičusom, nemajú silou mocou s nimi zarezávať a nemali by problém s pičusmi. Ja neviem, ako ideš neznámym kokotom a čuduje sa, že ťa oserú. Ako veľmi sú ľudia zaostalé sračky? Ideš neznámym sračkám a čuduje sa, že ťa oserú. Čo? Ja neviem, ľudia sú, Čo? Spoliehať sa na ľudí, na mentálne, fyzicky odrovnanú rasu kokotov. Plače sa k píčusom. Tak si naslúžia rozdratený píčusmi. Keď si nevieš založiť vlastnú rodinu a nevieš byť sám a sám odsýpať, sám to točiť, no tak ťa sráci primitívne narušená sračka, keď sa tlačíš píčusom. Tlačíš sa k píčusom, musíš rátať s tým, že píčusové ťa osre. Keď sa naučíš, netlačíš sa k píčusom, nelízať pety s kurvisinským bastardom, tak potom ťa skurvisinskí bastardi možno nebudú osierať. Áno, potom ťa nebudú osierať, keď im nebudeš lízať pety. Ako skurvený pet to lízeš podarného súdka. Iba jednu vec máš spraviť. Nepodlizovať sa píčusom. Jebo.
This isn't my first NCSoft game. My first NCSoft game that I played seriously was Lineage 2 way back in 2003. Yeah, I'm aging myself. I'm playing MMOs for 2 decades now almost. Back then, there was a huge controversy over the personal stall. Lineage 2 had a system where when you wanted to sell items, you actually set up a stall with your own character. Your character would sit down on a spot with a little sign over their head saying, "This is for sale for this price, blah, blah, blah." You could set up this shop to buy and sell items. How the scam would work is, say they were saying that I'm buying this item, I'm buying this blade fragment or whatever it is. I'm paying 100 million. They would say that and they would have their stall to buy the item. And they would put 100 million in the text, but what they would put in the buy window would be 10 million. And it would be hard to read because there were no commas, there was no brackets, there was no digital text. You would really have to go and read this very small font and count the digits to make sure that it was giving what they promised. And this only really became a problem when items started getting beyond 100 million, right? Because at that time, it's hard to count all those digits out. And they would always use some odd number. It wouldn't be zeros, it'd be like 9s or 3s or 6 or something. Something that looked confusing and bulk. So you go there, you'd sell the item, expect to get 100 million, you get back 10 million. I remember when people were complaining about this on the forums back in the day, back before Reddit and all that, we had forums. People were complaining about the forums. I remember one of the staff response at the time was like, well, we don't interfere with players scamming other players. We think it's part of the game because it's a PvP game. It's on you to protect yourself from players scamming you. It's been a while since I've had a company have that stance. So when I come to this game and I see this system, which is so obviously predatory in game, where you literally can just siphon loot from players, take it from them, feed your mains, your guild leaders, they kick them out, and then the response is, well, just find a better guild, find a more trustworthy guild. Yep, just do that. How many people get to be scammed before the company steps in? How NCSoft resolved that stall problem, by the way, is they added in comma variations where after every 3 digits, it would change colors. So you would know the colors for thousands, 100,000s, millions, 100 millions, etc. That simple change was enough to fully remove that problem. This game could easily do the same thing. The simplest fix for this would be to remove world boss loot from guilds. It should not be the purview of guilds. I think nothing that spawns outside of guild control should be the purview of guilds. I would put an asterisk there and say the only loot that should probably go to the guild is conflict bosses. And even then, I would say the asterisk is it should go to the player who got it, and the player should have the opportunity to decide if they want to donate it to the guild. There should be no scenario where the guild gets to decide whether you get to keep the item you earned. But the system that's in place now is completely devious. If you're a free-to-play player and you go to world bosses, good luck getting something. And then if you're like, my brother, you get something, good luck not getting fucked. It's a bad system. It needs to be changed. It needs to be completely overhauled. I'm not in a guild right now. Now I gotta raise my gear score without spending money because I will not give NCSoft money for this game as long as this game is the way it is. There's a whole other rant there because I don't like anything about this auction house system. I don't like how the system works. I don't like how they require you to gear yourself up. I don't like how insane snowball effect. If you were willing to drop money on this game, let me show you guys something. See these prices? 178,000 Lucent, 120,000 Lucent, 84,000 Lucent. Mouse over here, the bottom there says latest trade price, 130,000, 200,000, 3 sold, 14 sold, 8 sold. These prices equate to about $4,000 or $5,000 money. Here's Lucent. 6,000 Lucent is $134. That's selling for 120,000 Lucent. Do the math on how much money people are willing to drop on this game. Right? When I said this game is a rabbit hole, I was not kidding. This game, if you're willing to slap your credit card down like Excalibur and fucking win this game will let you do it. Everything on the auction house is sold in Lucent. You're buying straight up power. This game is as pay to win as it gets. So to have another system in place where free-to-play players can get robbed by guilds, it's crazy. We could talk about pay to win later on, but you definitely need to remove this system from the game because it's hard enough for a free-to-play player to get by. It's hard enough for a free-to-play player to get loot. The fact that the guilds they join can also just straight up rob them, and their only recourse is to basically make a post on Reddit saying, hey, I was just robbed by my guild leader, even though they promised this was how it works. They ended up saying, fuck you, when something real dropped, and they ended up kicking us all out anyway. It smells of Lineage 2 games. Like, oh, we're back to this shit where we encourage players scamming, where we encourage players robbing other players, where we encourage, because that's what PvP is. Most PvPers are unscrupulous as hell. That's my position on it. I don't trust most of them. I don't like their mentality. I don't like how they look to get the edge by basically exploiting people as best they can to for anything honorable. That's all. This doesn't surprise me. The same way it doesn't surprise me when top guilds turn to nighttime and they start slaughtering everybody to control the peace portals, even though they have conflict bosses they can do. They rather just murder the people who don't want to do conflict. And we know that's an exploitive thing because they talked about today. They're gonna be moving the portals outside the peace spawns because they don't want guilds turning it to night and murdering players. So that argument's dead. It's no longer, well, that's part of the gameplay mechanics. That's intentional gameplay. The fuck it is. No longer, the fact that they're going out of the way to remove it by moving the portals outside means it's not intentional gameplay there. You get to turn a peace boss into a PvP boss. Argument done on that one. The game's predatory enough with the Lucent system, how that works. The dev should not be systemically endorsing or promoting or allowing people to be exploited. And the easiest way to fix it right now is to remove guild domain overworld boss loot. That should not be a thing. Now, you guys might not agree with what I'm saying. You want to tell me in the comments I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Feel free. The comment section's there. Keep it nice. Keep it polite. Don't insult
No, not
anybody.
really.
Have fun. I'll fight with anyone in the comments about telling them they're wrong about the system and the system's exploited hell. Posting on Reddit also. I don't care. You want to tell me right? Hey, you're a shit player if you don't like this system. What the fuck? Tell me. We'll have this conversation. But until then, have yourselves a good morning. It's the only video you watch me today. Good afternoon or good night.
Prečo by som chcel maxovať kokotiny? Tie trajty v tej zbrani ti reálne nedajú toľko síly, koľko si myslíte ti dajú. Dajú ti číslo, áno, číslo, ktoré potrebuješ, niekedy ho potrebuješ, niekedy nie. Aký je rozdiel, či máš hit šancu 20, kritickú šancu 20 a heavy attack šancu 20? Aký je rozdiel, keď nemáš 80, ale 20? Ten rozdiel je tak malý v reálnom damage. 60 crit šance, 60 hit šance, 60 heavy attack šance, to je úplne hovno. Ne, to nemá zmysel k tomu, to nemá zmysel. To proste ľudia sú, čo ľudia sú, ako je to neuveriteľné, ale ľudia sú strašne zaostalé rasu. Oni vôbec nevnímajú, oni vôbec nevidia. No, oni sú úplne mimo.
does not sound good at all. Well, that being said, there's only one way to find out if these are true. I've not actually booked this hotel, so I don't even know if they're going to have space. It might actually do me a favour if they've got no rooms left. Is this it? This is the name of it, but it says Scooter Rentals. Excuse me, is this the hotel? Ah, this one's the hotel. No entry here. Ah, gracias, thank you. This is it, hotel vacancy, and you can get an exotic car at the same time. Let's have a look.
No to aj nevyzerá zle.
Hi, how are you? You good? Do you have any vacancies for tonight?
Yeah.
Perfect. Can I take one?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I need an ID.
An ID, no problem. How are you today? You good?
Good.
Are you busy at the minute, or is it quite quiet?
No, it's quiet.
I was going to say, I was looking at the reviews online. They weren't so good, but it looks really nice. How come you've had bad reviews? Just unhappy people. Do you own the hotel or just work here? Ah, you work here, nice. Where are you from?
Brazil.
Brazil, obrigado. How much is a room for tonight? What's the cost?
One bed.
For one bedroom, yes.
It's $149 plus tax.
$149 plus tax. Okay, cool. How many rooms do you have here?
80.
80 rooms. And how many rooms are taken out of the 80 tonight?
9.
Only 9 out of 80. Oh, wow. Have you been in Miami long?
Since 1995.
1995. Wow, a long time. 30 years. Wow, you enjoy it here?
Yeah.
Ah, nice.
All right, this is the total with taxes for one night.
$184.86.
And we also charge a $50 with fundable deposit
Yeah.
on top of that.
Okay, cool.
Signature.
Just sign here, thank you. Thanks so much.
Pay me the credit card?
Yes, I'll pay with card if that's okay. Thank you. Out of the $185, do I get any of that back? Or
No, that's the room and taxes.
that's the room and tax, okay.
On top of that, $50.
And you
for
take an extra 50.
Which is refundable when you check out.
Perfect, thank you. Is there air conditioning in the room?
Yeah.
There is, perfect. It's very hot.
Number 9 here in the first floor.
Number 9 on the third floor. And do you have any like amenities, like a swimming pool or a sauna or nothing? Just the room. Okay, perfect. Breakfast in the morning? Do you do breakfast?
No.
No? Can you get a coffee? No? Okay, no problem. Thank you so much anyway. What was your name?
Celso.
Celso. Muito obrigado. Thank you so much. Thank you. See you later. Celso is very nice. Right, where am I going here? Room 9. So literally, reception is just there. And then you've just got this long corridor here. So I'm guessing I'm at the end of it. Right, here you go. Number 9. Are you ready for this? Let's see. I have got no idea what to expect here. This isn't too bad. Are you ready for the tour? So we've got a lovely dining table and one chair. We've got bedside cabinets here. Right, we've even got a remote and a telly on the wall. We've got another bedside cabinet over there. Fridge. There's nothing in it. It's not turned on. I need to inspect the bed, but what's the view out of this window? Got a lovely car park down there. Then I'm guessing this is another hotel and they're the rooms there. I've had a lot worse views than that. What have we got over here? Nice little wardrobe, extra blanket. We've even got a safe and an iron. These reviews have been harsh on this hotel so far. Let's have a look at the bathroom. This is clean as well. We've got 2 clean towels. We've got the shower here, the bath. Looks fairly clean. Sink, soap there, clean towels, and the toilet. So far, I see nothing wrong with this. And it was $185. So that is a lot for a 1-star. The main thing and the most important thing though is the bed. What's this gonna look like? Pillows. They look okay. And the sheet looks clean. I think we might have just had a bargain in South Beach, Miami. Right, let's see how comfy this bed is. Fingers crossed it's alright. A few squeaks, but that's fine. Does the telly even work? Oh, here we go. I think you just get the normal channels on it. At least the telly works. Let's get into bed and watch some American news. Oh, watching a bit of telly in bed in the worst hotel in South Beach, Miami. Lovely. Oh, I'm tired, and that's enough American news for one night. Let's see how we get on. Hopefully we have a good sleep and we don't hear any parties or anybody banging their head off the wall. Night, and I'll see you in the morning. I'm not having a good sleep here at all. The time now is 2:35 in Miami. This is not great. Morning, we managed to get a few hours sleep in the end, so it wasn't too bad. The bed was alright as well. $180 is a bit much though. Right, let's get up.
Kvôli čomu nespal ten pičus? Nechápem.
Left anything? No. That was fine. Plus I didn't hear anything off the wall.
Nepovedal. Povedal, že nemal dobrý spánok, nepovedal kvôli čomu. Kvôli čomu nespal, chuj.
On the desk.
Sorry, človek.
Hey, morning, how are you?
Hey, my friend.
You good? Yeah, check out please. Cheers, thank you. Room number 9. The reviews on this place are very harsh. There has a lot of 1-star reviews. It's not a 1-star hotel.
Also from the past.
Is
If you
it?
leave us a good review, we would appreciate it.
I will leave a 5-star review.
Oh, thank you.
It was very good. Yeah, so why are the bad reviews from the past?
Let me tell you something. They go on the internet. They want to save money. They don't want to spend money. They pick up the cheapest hotel they find, which is a lot of times is here. So when they arrive, they expect the Taj Mahal. You know, it's like, oh, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want that. And I'm like, well,
Yeah.
there's no reason. We can give you all those things you want, but then we got to raise the rent. Of course, they don't understand that. I mean, a lot of times we're given free upgrades, but people are people, man. It's just, you know, the nature of the human being is
Yeah.
hate.
Yeah.
Envy, hate.
No, I
greed,
understand.
Like all the bad things, man.
No, it's good value because all the hotels in Miami and in South Beach especially are like $600-700 a night minimum. So this is really good value.
Price. But you can see, you have anything you needed in the room.
Yeah, for sure.
Safe, you have your refrigerator. Like I said, people want to pay the least, but they expect the best.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone to give you back your security deposit,
Yeah.
to get your credit card.
I need to give you the
The
card.
same card you get when you check
Yeah,
in.
okay, cool.
Not too many people are as nice as you, see? I mean, that TripAdvisor is nothing but a tool of people trying to blackmail you.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
try to blackmail you. Oh, give me a discount, I'll put them in.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I've come so I can put that right. When did you renovate the hotel?
But we've gone through different renovations throughout the time, you know. Right
Yeah.
now we're going through another one right now. As you can see, the lobby looks a little bit weird.
Yeah.
But we, you know, the renovating, it takes time, it takes money, you know.
Exactly. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah. From England?
From Wales.
From Wales.
Where are you from?
Welsh.
I do, my first language. Where are you from?
Peru originally.
Peru.
Yes.
Ah, nice. So my deposit just comes back.
So I just give you a refund of $50 to secure the deposit.
Okay, perfect. What's your name, sorry?
Yeah,
Al. Simon. Nice to meet you, Al.
This receipt, come back sometime.
I will, for sure. You're having a 5-star review from me.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate it, Al. Have a great day. Where do you want me to put the review?
TripAdvisor.
On TripAdvisor, I'll put 5-star review. I'll say all the other reviews.
See, very was as nice as you. Our world would be different.
Have a good one, Al. See you later, mate. Look after yourself. Muchas gracias. Al, what a guy. If you come to South Beach, Miami, and you're on a budget, that's your place. Right, on to the next. I am in Atlanta, Georgia, and while I'm walking down this motorway to my next hotel, I've got something to help you on your next travels. Revolut are offering you £20.
A ty si jebo. Si jebo. No, začnu si vystať kocu, ale nezvládám túto biedu. Čo beloch, žena? Žena šmiclerka. Čo beloch? Beloch, žena. Donesol som Max. Idem si dať samozrejme studeného držiroša a studeného držgiho. Je to tvrdé, Spôsobného fúčime, tabaky miešame. Takže je to drsné, je to pagoda, je to tvrdá buržoázia. A v našej komunite to voláme extrémny masochizmus. To, čo sa deje zase. Aj keď vonku nie je nejaké teplo, tu vnútri je pagoda. Ďalší studený držgroš. Už pomaly ide na plác. Ďalší studený držgroš ide na plác. Ako som povedal, tu vnútri je strašná pagoda. Extrémne hulováctvo. Takže máme setík a máme Voidstalker tričko, a tričko Voidstalkera a rukavice Voidstalkera. Takže máme setík, máme setstera. Vidíme, že ten damage pekne narastol. Pekne narastol do Krištofa. Pekne narastol do Krištofa. Je buržoázny. Tých 20, tá 20 sa poddala. Maximálny damage plus 20, plus 2000 života. Takýto setík mali dať. Setík, ktorý ti dá život a damage. Balance. Dôležitý balance. Aby si mal aj život, aby si bol schopný niečo rozdýchať. A zároveň aby si mal aj damage. Dôležitý balance. To nie je sami koľko ti damage. Buď ti dajú damage, alebo ti dajú. Ne, ty to tweakneš. Zober si polku Voidstalkera na damage. A zober si polku Obliviona na život. Easy peasy, easy šmicle. Žiadne bobady, žiadne kšefty. A teraz, keď to všetko máš pekne nalustrované, ale to strašne biede si naložený, je to z studeného drž groša. Vôbec som s tým nerátal, ale že vôbec. Nakoniec sme to triko vydropovali. Tým pádom sme ušetrili 160 lojálnych coinov a budeme mať skôr prsten. Tak v podstate taká posledná časť, ktorú tak tvrdo chcem. Taká posledná tvrdá zápraška je ten prsteň. Ten dračí prsteň. Je v podstate taká posledná tvrdá zápraška. Máme setík Voidstalkera, kľúčový setík Voidstalkera, dokopy líznutého s Oblivionom. Takže je to solidné. Posledné, čo nám samozrejme chýba, také posledné kľúčové, s týmito vecami som spokojný. To sú všetko kvalitné vecičky, dexterita, nejaká ranged evasion, melee evasion sila, hej. Tento je solidný, dávať samé rozpaky. No trošku wisdom 5, menšia sila, ale je to čo to je, nebudeme to nejako rozoberať. Sme trošku v rozpakoch, ale znova. si uvedomiť, akých katastrofálnych časov sme sa dožili. Pozrieme, či tu máme nejaký podmás. Takže už sme tu, sme v tomto šovinizme. Áno. Tentokrát to uvidíme, ako som povedal. Otestujeme nový systém, takzvaný lukratívny systém lustrácie. Odídeme od týchto bastardov. Preč, vypneme to tam. To znamená, začneme sa niekde sem. Preč od bastardov. Preč od skurvisynov. Preč od chorých pičusov. Vypneme. Vypneme. Zapneme. Je to strašne tvrdá buržoázia. Dobre, je to strašne tvrdá buržoázia. Pozrieme, či sú nejaké novinky v náhnitom tróne. Tam to zvyknú už trošku. What the fuck is this? Posledný Da Vinciho kód. Da Vinciho kód je dobrá vec, Da Vinciho kód. To sa lustre. Berozme tohto píčusa.
That the Jews were solely responsible for Jesus' death. Abraham Foxman of the Anti-Defamation League said bluntly, "Our concern is that the passion of the Christ could fuel the latent anti-Semitism that exists in the hearts of those people who hold Jews responsible for the death of Jesus, which always has been the source of Western anti-Semitism." However, Mel Gibson insisted that the film simply portrayed the events as they happened, according to Scripture. But many scholars and activists weren't buying it. And so, heated debates broke out on talk shows, tabloid pages, and even in religious circles. And yet, people still arrived in their numbers to see the movie. Another major point of contention was that the film was too brutal and was filled with graphic violence. Critics accused Gibson of enjoying the violence. The scourging scene alone, lasting nearly 10 excruciating minutes, was described as too graphic by some reviewers. Audiences reportedly fainted, vomited, or left the theater in tears. Roger Ebert, one of the few critics who tried to praise the film despite its intensity, wrote, "The movie is 126 minutes long, and I would guess that at least 100 of those minutes, maybe more, are concerned specifically and graphically with the details of the torture and death of Jesus. This is the most violent film I have ever seen." David Anson, another critic, wrote, "Instead of being moved by Christ's suffering or awed by his sacrifice, I felt abused by a filmmaker intent on punishing an audience for who knows what sins." But in the midst of all this fire, Mel Gibson stayed largely silent and decided to let the film speak for itself. Internationally, The Passion of the Christ stirred just as much passion and controversy. In Mexico, the film was embraced with fervent devotion. In Italy and Poland, Catholic audiences filled theaters night after night. In Brazil, the film played in slums and cathedrals alike. But in France and Germany, where historical sensitivities around anti-Semitism are especially sharp, the film faced strong pushback, and several theaters declined to show it altogether. In Christian circles, many hailed the film as a divine work of art. Viewers reported feeling spiritually transformed. Some even claimed physical healing or emotional breakthroughs after watching it. Churches used the film to rekindle conversations about the sacrifice of Christ. Evangelists handed out recordings as tools of conversion. For many believers, this film became the most powerful evangelistic tool since the Bible itself. But outside the church, critics, scholars, and filmmakers continued to accuse Mel of inflaming religious tensions, glorifying violence, and pushing a fundamentalist worldview. And this backlash was eventually targeted at Mel's personal life. Reporters began digging into his family history. His father's controversial statements about the Holocaust were dragged into the spotlight, and his own interviews, which were often cryptic and defensive, fueled more fire. Suddenly, The Passion of the Christ wasn't just a movie. It had become a cultural fault line. When the dust eventually settled, one thing was clear. The Passion of the Christ had changed the movie business. It had proved that there was a massive, largely untapped Christian audience that Hollywood had ignored for decades. Studios began rushing to greenlight faith-based projects. Films like God's Not Dead, Heaven is for Real, and War Movies emerged in its wake. But The Passion remained the gold standard, and the one movie they all tried to imitate, but could never match. After the praise and criticism battled it out across headlines and airwaves, the lights eventually faded. The cameras stopped rolling, and the world had seen the final cut. But for the people who lived through and were actively involved in the production of The Passion of the Christ, the story didn't end when the credits rolled. If anything, it had only just begun. What happened to the actors, the crew, and even Mel Gibson himself in the months and years after the film's release was almost as dramatic and mysterious as the film itself. Some found God. Some vanished from the spotlight. Others seemed to carry invisible scars they have never spoken about. And a haunting pattern began to emerge, one that those closest to the project either couldn't or wouldn't talk about. Life after the experience. Let's start with the main character of the film, Jim Caviezel. You see, before the film, Jim was a rising talent. He starred opposite Jennifer Lopez in Angel Eyes and earned critical praise for The Thin Red Line. He has also held his own next to Dennis Quaid in Frequency, and Hollywood had him pegged as a reliable, bankable, clean-cut lead. But then he took on the role of Jesus, and his life changed forever. After the film's massive success, you'd expect Jim's phone to be ringing off the hook. But it didn't. Roles didn't pour in. Instead, the opposite happened. His career chilled almost overnight. It turns out that some people in Hollywood reportedly labeled him as too religious, while others claimed he was too difficult. In fact, for years, sources close to the industry have whispered that perhaps Jim was quietly blacklisted. Playing Jesus and aligning so publicly with Mel Gibson
Happy Max X-Team, litrová srvatka,
in an interview, Jim opened up, saying, all of a sudden, I stopped being one of the 5 most popular actors in the studio, and I hadn't done anything wrong. I just played Jesus. But here's the kicker. Jim insists that he has no regrets. In fact, he has admitted that if he had to do it all over again, he would. Because this film was more than just a role. It was a calling.
Takže dáme si do nosa, lízneme a ideme ďalej, dobre? Petolízači. Pre tých, ktorí nestíhli, je to Max, je to Happy Max. Happy Max, litrová srvatka. Litrová servátka, vidíme to je
He also
liter,
began
1000
speaking
ml.
boldly about his faith,
1000 ml.
especially after all the accusations and
To Max,
backlash he received
klasika.
after the film. In an interview, he once said, "I had no choice but to defend my faith at that point. I was called anti-Semitic and everything." For Mel, the release of The Passion
Dáme si do nosa, lízneme a samozrejme ideme ďalej, ideme ďalej.
finally proven everyone wrong. Hollywood laughed him off, and he made a global blockbuster using ancient languages and 0 stars. But while the movie soared, his personal life spiraled out of control. In the years after the film's release, his public image literally collapsed. There was the 2006
Je
driving
to Happy
under
Max
influence
Extreme.
arrest, where he launched into an infamous drunken rant laced with anti-Semitic slurs. It was a moment that shattered his career and made him a pariah. But that wasn't all.
Liter Happy Max
More
Extreme.
scandals followed after that. There were tabloid meltdowns, leaked phone calls, and accusations of inappropriate behavior. Many saw it as a complete fall from grace, but others, especially
Litrová
those who
servátka,
were
veľký
following The
bublifúk.
Passion, believe that there's more to the story.
Liter
They
1000
say the
ml.
film changed him,
Vidíme
that
to.
in his obsessive pursuit to tell the story of Christ's suffering, something shifted inside him. And Mel himself has admitted he was never the same after making the movie. He's also hinted, in cryptic ways, that the backlash against him,
Dáme si do
both
nosa.
personally and professionally,
Lízneme a ideme
wasn't
ďalej.
entirely natural. He believes it's some sort of consequence for the extraordinary and life-changing movie he made. However, despite everything, Mel has remained unshaken in his belief that The Passion was a divine assignment. He continues to describe it as the work of his life, and in recent years, he's been quietly working on a sequel, although details have been kept tightly under wraps. But what's truly strange is that despite the success and the attention, he rarely speaks about the film anymore. And those close to him say certain chapters of that journey remain completely off limits. But it wasn't just Mel and Jim that had strange experiences. Behind the cameras, something was happening to the crew. According to reports from those on set, several crew members had a change of heart, and some reportedly began studying the Bible during breaks. Extras, technicians, caterers, and people whose names never made it to the screen quietly shared stories of dreams, visions, or primo inexplicable emotions during production. Several crew members reportedly confessed their sins and asked for baptisms while filming was still ongoing. Perhaps one of the most profound ones was when Luca Lionello, a former self-proclaimed atheist who played the role of Judas, he suddenly decided to convert to Christianity after the experience he had on set. However, what's even more disturbing is how many people who were involved in the making of The Passion of the Christ still refuse to speak about it, even 2 decades later. Some actors who had only minor roles, like Roman soldiers or townspeople, have repeatedly declined interview requests. And some crew members have reportedly said they're not comfortable revisiting the experience they had. Some reports even noted that journalists who covered the production encountered a strange wall of silence when they tried to reach out to insiders. There's no scandal being covered up, no crime, just silence. However, the few who do speak often describe the filming as spiritually intense, overwhelming, or unlike anything they'd ever experienced before. But for those who won't open up, some speculate that the emotional weight of the story and the way it was filmed created a kind of sacred space that people are hesitant to disturb. Others suggest that the crew may have witnessed things that can't be explained, and they simply don't know how to talk about them. And then there are those who whisper that what happened on that set went beyond art, beyond storytelling, that it crossed into the supernatural, and everyone who was there knows it. The Passion of the Christ wasn't just a movie. For many involved, it became a spiritual marker, a before and after in their lives. Jim Caviezel paid the price with his career. Mel Gibson paid for it with his reputation. Countless others walked away from the experience changed, humbled, or haunted. And yet, none of them really regretted. They saw something. They felt something. And they know that what happened behind the scenes can't be captured in a documentary or recounted in a podcast interview. It was personal. It was sacred. And in some strange way, it may still be unfolding. And maybe that's why the silence continues, because the Passion of the Christ wasn't just a story about Jesus. For those who made it, it became their own cross to carry. But what do you think? Was the Passion of the Christ just a film or something more? Tell us in the comments section below. If you enjoyed this video, click on the next video on your screen, like this video, and subscribe to our channel for more updates.
I didn't notice, but my feet were all cut up. And I didn't realize I was barefoot. I was so full of rage. I came in and sat down, and he loved me. And he didn't say a lot, but he just said, if you ever struggle, you ever have pain, whatever, just come over. I felt like that man was one of the faces that I saw while I was playing Jesus, that represented Jesus to me. That's how important Christ to be. The Passion, while this electric struck by lightning on the last shot of the movie, it's well known, I've talked about it before, but prior to that, it was shoulder dislocation. And
it just happened
in the weirdest areas of the movie. There's a piece where Mary runs to Jesus and she says, I'm here. And in this take, I went down. And when you put on slow-mo, you see the stream of blood coming out of my mouth. I almost bit my tongue off and just started coming out. Turned over to her and I said, make all things new. And my shoulder had just been, the AC joint had been ripped so badly, I could barely get it over to the tape. So it was like, no talks about it, was like a little baby that I cherished the cross. And in truth, I was screaming in pain to get my arm over the cross, but I was trying to stay calm. Most people don't realize that these little mistakes were miracles. And what I've noticed is Jesus, if you're close to him, he doesn't prevent you from suffering. His closest friends are going to suffer with him. But the greatest pain I ever felt on that film, even more than the hypothermia, I was in a dream and I felt God's love. It was so powerful, but I knew he wasn't close enough. And I said, you're not close enough to me. And my concern is the world won't see Jesus. And he said, if I do, you may not like me. I said, no, you must come. So when we were on the cross together, he was completely playing the scene. And that was my prayer. I don't want people to see. I don't want them to see Jesus. I want them to see Jesus. I want them to see the pain I felt was all those people in the world that do not love him, all his children that do not love him. Yeah. Well, I'll love him. I will love you. And I want you. I want you to know I love you. And I'll tell you every day from this point on. And if I could tell you one thing, our Lord loves you. But if you have a habit within you, just to tell him you love him. You want to talk about a personal relationship with Jesus? Tell him you love him. You tell him, if you speak from your head and you tell your husband or your wife, I love you, only from my head. But what does it mean when you speak from your heart and you say, I love you to my husband or to my wife or to my child? It means so much more. Yeah. Do the same with our Lord. Wow. Our Heavenly Father deserves it.
You grew up in a situation where you had to face, am I going to love someone? And, my background may not have been perfect. It wasn't.
Jsou to chorí bránači.
And you've had to face it.
Jsou to chorí
How does that
bránači.
help you in what you're doing today?
Well, you're referring to in a really real hard time in my
Jsou to chorí bránači.
You know,
Sú tu chorí vranáči, sú tu chorí vranáči. Sú tu chorí, sú tu chorí, sú tu chorí vranáči.
and I ran out the house.
Sú tu chorí vranáči.
It was probably 10 miles away, and I was in my bare feet. It was cold. And there was that voice in me, which is, you can't hurt me.
Sú tu chorí vranáči. Sú tu chorí, všetko chorí vranáči.
Friends, grade school, best friend at the time.
Sú tu chorí vranáči. Sú tu chorí vranáči. Sú tu chorí, po dráze chorí vranáči.
I was so full of rage. I came in and sat down. He loved me. And he didn't say a lot, but he just said,
Sú tu chorí vranáči.
you know, if you ever have pain, you know, whatever, just come over. And I felt like that man was one of the faces that I saw while I was playing Jesus, that he represented Jesus.
Sú tu chorí vranáči. Sú tu chorí, po dráze chorí vranáči.
You know, he didn't condemn anyone else. He just was there for me. And that Thursday,
Sú tu chorí vranáči. Sú tu chorí vranáči. Sú tu chorí, po dráze chorí vranáči.
Jesus of Nazareth. And then I mentioned this to you, that how he played the scene where they took the blind man, and it was in between the Pharisees condemning him for healing a blind man on the Sabbath. And he stood,
Sú tu chorí vranáči. Sú tu chorí, po dráze chorí vranáči.
making mud, and then he started rubbing it in his eyes, and he said something about taking away the sight for those who can see. There was a canopy returning, something of that sort. And he was rubbing it in his eyes, and I couldn't see it at the time because of the pain that I was going through. That was kind of how God allowed things to happen in your life, because something great is going to happen. I would never have been able to play Jesus because I wouldn't understand people's pain.
Sú tu chorí vranáči. Sú tu chorí, po dráze chorí vranáči.
On the cross, and when the devil was coming over me and saying, "You're a dead man," I said, "Oh, praise be to God." And I know in the next moment I'm gonna go see, and maybe I got a chance. You know, when you tell people that story, they go, "You just don't know Jesus." I said, "Listen, man, maybe my Christianity is all screwed up, but you ask me all the time, how do you know the Lord?" And I will tell you, a lot of my brothers come back, and they fought in the war, and they jumped on a grenade, and a guy gets the Medal of Honor for it. You would probably have to ask him whether or not he loves his country. I just know. When you jump on a grenade and save your brothers, that clearly is an act that's beyond anything I've ever done. And I think God was able to at least give something in my own flesh and blood for our Lord, because he deserves it. Well, I want him to know that I love him.
Jim, I think it's beautiful. I tell you, you know, this is unscripted, guys, which I love, by the way. And you said earlier, before the camera started rolling, let's just do this from here. Let's do it, absolutely. Jim, what's cool to me right now, what's happening, I just kind of sense the Spirit speaking to me as you're talking about this, that a lot of people don't realize that they go through an early betrayal or an early pain because oftentimes God wounds deeply those he uses greatly. And that's exactly what's happened with you. You had some deep wounds, and you literally have used that essentially as your material to show grace and show compassion. It's real.
Here's what I know is why Jesus is real. He doesn't want me to be a victim. He doesn't want me to say, well, I'd be it, but this guy, and he did that, and that's why I'm that. This is the problem here.
Yeah.
On one side, people are always, going back. Yeah. The reason why I drink, the reason why I do drugs is because of this person, that. Come on, that's crap.
Yeah.
Our Lord didn't do that. Do you think he deserved to die the way he did? He was innocent. That's
He was the most purest thing that ever walked, the most beautiful thing that will ever be. And yet he suffered this much for us. I don't want to be victim. It's such a weak position to be from when there's so many people that may never know God. When I feel that when our Lord is near me, I feel a great pain and a loneliness. I want to help that loneliness.
Yeah.
I want to help be a light for him. So I have to forgive.
Yeah.
You know, here's another thing too. A lot of ministers, actors, people that are high profile, whatnot, you know what the greatest sin is? Wanting to be liked.
Yeah.
And they do.
Yeah.
They will give their mortal
right.
soul away for a red carpet. You see it all the time. People go crazy about it. You know, it's fool's gold. I was Bacchus last year, King of Bacchus, and people are, you're throwing jewels off the thing and going nuts over it. And it's so funny this year. I just went in as just, I didn't have the king outfit on, and people were right past you. It's this thing, the Academy Awards. You win an Academy Award, and they're and then the previous winners are on the sideline. It's garbage.
Yeah.
Jsou to chorí vrahnáči.
Why?
Jsou to chorí vrahnáči.
To be able to use film, television now to bring so many souls to our Lord. I saw so many souls that have lost forever.
Good.
But the souls that are in the middle, that are still deciding, what we could do to bring them back are films like this.
Yeah.
That they sit there and go, wow, that's me. That's right. I didn't make this for just faith-filled people. I made it for people, for everybody.
Yeah. You said you have a prayer. I'm interested in that. What gets you through?
We were talking earlier about being liked, wanting to be, that you can become a slave to that. But I always, talk to people out there. Do you want to be liked by many or loved by one? And I want to be loved by one. I know that love doesn't come from that, it only comes from God. So I've said this before, some of you heard it. It goes, your name may not appear down here. Sorry. Your name may not appear down here in this world's Hall of Fame. In fact, you may be so unknown that no one knows your name. The Oscars and the praise and the name never come your way. But don't forget, God has rewards at the land else someday. This crowd on they will soon forget when you're not at the top. They will cheer like mad until you fall, and their praise will stop, not God. He never does forget. In his Hall of Fame, it's like just believing on his Son. Forever there's your name. I tell you, friend, I wouldn't trade my name, however small. That's written down beyond the stars in that celestial realm. For all the famous names on earth, and for the glory that they share, I'd rather be an unknown here and have my name up there.
Wow. Incredible. Wow.
I had no idea, though, that it was going to eventually lead me to getting on a cross, and my initials are JC, and I was 33 years old, and it took everything I had. But I wanted to make movies that had a redeemable quality to it. That film, resurrects me. There is a cross, but there is no resurrection without the cross. Came to me in a movie theater, and I felt like I was the most only child that he had, and he loved me that much. And the next step was
Jsou to chorí vrahnáči.
peace that I never felt. And then he said, I'd like you to be an actor. I don't know anything about that stuff back then. And but I guess if he says so, then I need to give it a shot. So
Okay, wait a second.
yeah.
You're sitting in a movie theater and the Lord speaks to you.
Yeah.
Tells you to be an actor. That happened, Jim?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, it was a presence.
You're in basketball with me too.
Yeah, right on the left side, my ankles were taped. I was playing in college. And there was a presence that landed outside the theater, landed on the ground, 1,000 yards away. I don't know why I know that, but that's my soul knew it. So then came closer and came in the room, and I was surrounded by this love that I knew from heaven, and I could feel how much he loved me. And I guess that was the big thing was, man, if you can look at me like that, I'm in.
Wow.
Because I was asking
what
him
was
for
your
my
knowledge
purpose.
about him when that happened? Were you already a believer? Were you already
Raised in church?
You know,
Yeah.
raised good Catholic boy?
Yeah, no, I went to Catholic church, everything, and what happens is you, as a Christian, you start becoming, kind of doing what you're not supposed to do, and still be a Christian, and eventually you're mixing the waters and muddy, and so is your soul. And you got to be careful what you ask for, because I really wanted to know what my purpose was in this life. You know, I was at a point where it wasn't something that I wanted to go forward. And I would never have made it down here anyway without him, because it's just, there's just too many.
Si prostě chorý vranáči. Si prostě chorý vranáči.
Wrong direction.
Si chorý, si máte chorý vranáči.
Definitely would, been rich for a time and then probably lost everything, including my soul. And it definitely did something to me, and I told people about it and told them, they thought I was nuts, of course, but why not? I mean, it happened to David, and I had no idea though that it was going to eventually lead me to getting on a cross, and my initials are JC, and I was 33 years old, and but it was a lightning strike. I got hit by lightning. I ended up having 2 heart surgeries, including open heart. Hypothermia for 5.5 months will do that to you. I got pneumonia. Had my left shoulder dislocated, and it took everything I had. But it was something that I was interested in early on, where I wanted to make movies that had a redeemable quality to it. That's where it kind of started. But once I made that turn in the passion, they never offered me another studio picture from that point on. I was removed from that list. And I remember calling my agent. She said, they're taking a wait-and-see approach with you. Okay. Well, movie comes out. It's a huge success. And, it took me a couple of years just to find my feet again after that movie. I obviously, 2009 was my first surgery. My next major one was 14. So it did a lot of damage to my body. And when you look at that movie and you see me blue there's no physical.
That's not fake.
That's real.
I've never heard anyone say that directly before.
Yeah.
That I felt the presence and the love of Jesus, and he asked me to be an actor. I've never heard anyone say that before. I've had a lot of people pursuing dreams and visions, and I've never heard anyone really go that hardcore with it.
Well, that's what happened, and I remember when the Passion was coming out, it was out, and we were CNN running It Pieces Arms all the time. And I remember walking into this bar in my hometown, running with guys there. And I remember I did kind of open my mouth about how God told me that, and they were like making jokes of it. I said, hey, remember that idiot talked about God, coming to him? I said, you guys were right though. But one day I'm going to be an actor. And this is playing while they're showing me. Because nobody's ever going to admit they're wrong. So you're not wrong, I'm not wrong, but one day I will be an actor, you'll see. So I use that in a lot of the stuff I do. This is a lot of the stuff isn't fun. I mean, it's either the weather, it's miserable at times, especially when you're in the jungle like that and the heat conditions. It's so hot, I can't even, it's like your brain's at 120 degrees, you can't even think. So sometimes every now and then you think about, those guys and say, you ain't gonna do it.
I love what Charles Stanley said. He says, obey God
and leave all the consequences to Him.
That's nice.
The thought that you're sitting in a movie theater and the Lord's presence envelops you and you feel love.
Yeah.
Years later, called now to be an actor, you're playing the ultimate act of love in the history of mankind.
Yes.
Christ laying down his life for us. And that took a lot out of you, but look at what it did for everything else.
You see, that's why I was called into this business. I had a movie to watch. It's a Wonderful Life. No, when you're in the bar scene and Stuart is sitting there saying, God, if you're out there, please help me. And he's weeping. And one of his men talked about, how many missions he flew over Nazi Germany and how many guys didn't make it back. And he says, one thing that people don't realize is that when we have our comms on going in, we have to be quiet. When a plane shot down, you hear all the screaming of the boys going down. And it
Se prostě chorí vranáči, se prostě chorí vranáči.
Resurrects me.
Se chorí, podradný chorí vranáči. Se prostě chorí vranáči. Se prostě chorí vranáči.
Pray for our audience just for a moment, just a kind of the prayer that sinks this message into us.
I was just in Toledo, Ohio, and the pastor there asked me if I would do something in Aramaic. And the first thing that came to me was this song, Haozim Hoti Abui Kuma Hezrati Shameni Meresh Tushatan Light. Khakhisra Nafshad Khakisiti Tahdi Amba Kulitika Hanikael Kosti Edemini Aken Marcus Farley with the last الذي يكون العلم حكيدا بذريبتنا التنا كقفلتنا على فيفكم أتون
Se prostě chorí vranáči. Se prostě chorí vranáči. Se chorí, se má se chorí vranáči. Lidská rasa. Jo, narušený bastardi.
God doesn't always choose the best. But he chose
lidská rasa, no.
So good in that same spirit that raised Jesus from the
Čo
dead.
reprezentujeme? Aké hnoje? Aké hnísi reprezentujeme?
I love out of all the times it says fear not in the Bible. It says it over and over. Be of good courage.
Čo reprezentuje ľudská rasa? Aký chorý vred?
And we have that same power, that Holy Spirit that helps us, that this
Čo
is worth
reprezentujeme?
dying for. It gives us that
Akú podrbanú atrofiu?
the power of God in our lives, that this is worth dying for. And that is the message of hope and love in Jesus. Jesus' blood makes the vilest sinner clean, and we're all sinners. But there's enough love, and there's enough blood, and there's enough grace for every sinner. And people that are maybe stuck somewhere. The message of Christ is hope. Hope that He can transform lives and that He can make all things new.
Čo to bol za pičusku?
Jesus' blood makes the vilest sinner clean, and we're all sinners. But there's enough love, and there's enough blood, and there's enough grace for every sinner. And people that are maybe stuck somewhere. The message of Christ is hope. Hope that He can transform lives and that He can make all things new.
Čo to za pičusku? Čo
I
krekeš?
sat down with Mel Gibson and Jim Caviezel on the set of The Passion during the editing and after the release of The Landlord. Here are some bits of our classic world-over interviews with Mel Gibson and Jim Caviezel. Now, let's start up with this movie. What was the first intent
What would you to create a spirit promote of the passion as I and I used various sorts of tools, but many of that. Okay. And, of course,
Si prostě chorý vranáči. Si prostě chorý vranáči.
to fill it out.
Si chorý, si má si chorý vranáči.
It was just great for detail and very thought-provoking passages. Yes. And so I use that as a background. And she doesn't contradict the gospel anyway. It's just detail. Such a detail. You don't have to believe anything. It's interesting to juxtapose it against the acceptable four testimonies.
Talk to me for a second about why you decided to restrict yourself to the 12 hours before his death. Why not the ministry? Why not the resurrection?
Well, for me, that's the most effective part, is the sacrifice, the sacrificial aspect of Christ. And that's where it all comes to a head. And I think I've seen so many films where they defocus on those other areas. And they get kind of long out and don't think that the renderings that I've seen, they're not very successful. They're usually pretty hokey, bad wigs, and, really stilted dialogue. It's just, I don't know, it comes across as very stilted to me, and I never really bought any of it. I mean, it's like other renderings I've seen, and I'm not trying to tear strips off anyone. I'm just telling the truth here. They bore the hell out of me, and it's like looking at the story through the wrong end of a telescope. It's like far away. It's as if it isn't real. It's like it's a fairy tale. And I wanted to accentuate the reality and have it not be a fairy tale, but have it be real. And,
Si prostě chorý vranáči.
Good like 13 years
for a long time.
Give me the backdrop on that.
I was focused on the passion for a long time. It was my own personal meditation. And I focused on that because I found it healing for me. Because, like most of us, I mean, you get to a point in your life where you're pretty wounded by everything that goes on around you. By your own transgressions, by other people's, I mean, this life is it's a kind of a scarring thing. So I use the passion as a meditation healing.
And that's what pushed you to start and wanting to focus on that aspect of life.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm curious about it too. I mean, like, what is it? What is it? I mean, you hear about it, you read about it. It is the central theme of the faith of Christians. I mean, I wanted to find out about it in a complete way, in a full way, and I began to read and investigate.
No studio would have had.
No.
Why not?
I don't think it's, and I'm not sure. Well, they didn't like the idea that I was going to do it in dead language. That puts them off right there. I mean,
2 minuty.
people would say, well, why don't you do it in English? We'll back it. And I said, well, no, I don't want to. It bothered me. It would have bothered me if it was some sort of an accident.
When did you make the decision? When they absolutely do empowerment and rock?
Oh, very well. They wouldn't know what to do it. I wanted it to transcend language.
For the authenticity. You wanted to capture the authenticity of that moment.
Nie sme ďaleko, vždy okolo tých 45% lustrujeme. Čo nie je najhoršie, tých 45%, keď sa to vytláča.
The spoken word, and it's a visual art. So I wanted to take the verb away from the word. Have it there, yeah. But to restrict the spoken word.
You were more interested, it seems to me, in the visceral. You wanted a visceral reaction from the audience. You didn't want the words getting in the way.
That's right, yeah.
Then why did you put the subtitles?
Because they were very
How so?
Well, when I watched it back, I said, it needs a little help. I showed it with subtitles and without, and with it's very effective. It's just really effective.
You said
This, it is.
and you read
Because I'm passionate about it. And because that's what art is. And that's what making art is about sort of throwing it all out there. I think, and if
Posso
the person
lavar,
is
cara.
blind, you ain't doing nothing.
I remember when you first came back from Matera. Tell me about your first trip there. You were kind of strapped for location. You were down in the location.
Yeah, we went to all the usual things. Where the locals get you. Here it is. I've seen that. I had seen the therapy before because I think Pasolini put it in the film. But we didn't use it for the short. What did you find? A great location.
Koliko máme?
It's like rich.
16 sekúnd.
And we looked at
O, dáme toto posledné.
and remapped it. Water, looked at it. I did a lot of locations with that. The beautiful town is 2,000 years old, and many of the lower levels are 2,000 years old, and the upper levels are like caves kind of hewn out in the rock by hermits, by monks from the east. You know, they came and they settled there and they dug these
Dá sa to
caves,
rybačiť?
and they did what's called reverse architecture, and they dug out the stone, and what they left in there were altars where they used to celebrate. So when you're looking at the hill that we used for Calvary and the crucifixions, underneath are the chapels where the sacrifices actually celebrated for years, right underneath the areas. And there's still altars and frescoes.
Nedali sme ani jeden level.
From
260, 275.
the Ermiti, they call them.
Talking about the cinematography, which you were looking for there, the composition of the images.
Toto na
themselves.
70 na toto a
When you were
ladíme.
in Rome, you mentioned Caravaggio. That was an influence. Why?
Well, you know, as one looks at great art, I don't know, it's just, he in particular, sometimes it was almost startlingly real, and it was always kinetic. It was always as if it was in motion for me. And it was
Skoro v polke sme, no.
you know, you're always seeing
Skoro.
somebody get their head cut
Nech iba veľa do polky.
Or chains of dragged her.
Yeah. And I mean, the only way we know anything, Caravaggio did all this amazing religious art. I mean, you go around the churches in Rome, there it is. It's everywhere in the cathedrals. And
Môžeme tam dať nejaké
it's
trajty?
tremendous. And he's kind of my favorite, but he's pretty dark and pretty violent. And it is kinetic. And the way it's lit, the way his sense of light in his imagination when he did these pictures is it's amazing. It's like beautiful. So we emulated that where we could.
Your vision of Jesus is really at odds with the history, the cinematic tradition of depicting this man.
Sure, yeah.
Describe for me your Jesus, the way you saw him.
The way I saw him? As a man born at that time into that culture, and just as real as possible. You know?
He always has an effect air
Yes.
in some of these other movies.
Well,
You
yes.
didn't want that.
No, I didn't want him to be. I think he was a workman. He was a, you know.
But how do you capture the divinity in that? And I think that's why you get that femininity in the acting, because they're trying to capture the divinity. How did you avoid that? And why did you cast Caviezel?
Caviezel? Well, he's a very masculine kind of guy. But there is something otherworldly about Jim. He's not quite with us, Jim. He's got some other world or unworldly knowledge that seems to envelop him like a glow. And that very presence, I thought, was a key thing. He's casting somebody who emits that kind of light. And he has a very good light coming out. But that's just natural to Jim, and that's who he is.
Hardest film of your career?
Without a doubt.
In what way?
Physically, there's no rest. And the Thin Red Line was very hard, uncomfortable.
Počkaj, ja som sa pomýlil.
There were moments where walk around, and Terry Malick would say, go over there and pick your gun up and look into the sunset. Physically not so hard. This one is torture right from the beginning in all forms. If I'm on the cross, you're in incredibly cold conditions.
But tell me about it. 15 days in a loincloth, essentially, in the freezing cold.
Well, that's just on the crucifix, and that's just straight crucifix. We did 2 weeks this last week, 10 days of getting on the cross. So we had to shoot all that on a set here at Cinecittà in Rome, and the other part was down in Matera, and that was on a cliff. And you know, I've said, go put yourself across on the edge of the Grand Canyon, and the wind tunnel from the canyon just goes straight up that. We're on kind of like a hill, yeah, and just comes up and right over. They will stick heaters on both sides of you, but it's useless when the wind is just blowing past you. And when you're looking out at in the distance, there are, you know, a good 300 people there, and you see them shaking, and they've got mittens and scarves and jackets on. And there's nothing you can do because your arms are tied up. So they move the heaters closer, and you'll start to feel the heat. But when the wind slows down just a little bit, it fries your skin.
Toasted Tootsies.
I remember just going, so you don't want this movie to be made.
You pulled your shoulder too.
Separated my shoulder.
Doing what? When you were carrying the cross?
Yeah, when you're carrying the cross, it's not just the beam. The Gesmus and Dismas, the two criminals, are both carrying a beam. And some theologians feel that he carried the whole darn thing, and which would made his passion a little bit different than anyone else's. So Mel took, pleasure in making that thing heavy. You couldn't make it too light, or it just wouldn't look right.
Mm-hmm.
And when I played basketball for years, and I bring that up because I just found it real important to do a lot of clean jerks, lunges, deadlifts, and do wall squats. And I couldn't have done it without it, because literally you're putting all the weight, when you're on the cross, you're putting all the weight on this leg and hooking this one over. And so all your weight goes into your right quad, and you have to hold that for 10 minutes while your arms are, hooked up. And
how did they hook you up?
Well, there's a number of different ways. Are you saying like when I'm...
Yeah, physically, how are you being held up? I mean, I imagine they're not driving nails through your hands. He hasn't gone that far, has he?
Well, we can do a lot of things with special effects with, digital, and which this film is on. But we have a really extraordinary makeup crew, one of the best the best in the business, and some of it I don't even go into because I just think it takes away from the mystery of the film, of what we're doing. But they've built two sorts of platforms, and in between takes, I'd have to stay up there for most of the time, and they would just put the heaters on and try to keep me warm, because taking me off would take too long for the. So at one point I was on there for like an hour, and this is in.
Teraz je tá hluchá doba petolizačov.
Wind chill feels like this was
20-degree weather, nothing wrong.
Yeah, with wind chill, which drops the wind or drops the
hluchá doba petolizačov, že toto môže v podstate
most of the time
vypnúť.
just keeping the core temperature up, and switching from heat to cold that fast. I couldn't keep anything down, so it was extremely hard to getting nauseous all the time, and you're also because the makeup is so severe, you can't see out I can't see the right side of my face, so everything's you're getting hyper focused out of the left eye. And then the makeup that you're wearing is all the skin is just ripped to shreds. So all I can say is if you've ever had a sunburn, when you're going through the healing stage and you're itching, put your arms up and want to itch every single part of your body, and you can't. And it's just so it's been a nightmare the whole way through. And some nights I have to wear the entire makeup in bed, so they throw powder over me, and I go to bed wearing stuff, and I just don't sleep. You itch all night. So
Why did you decide to do this film? How did it happen? Go back there and tell me how Mel Gibson decided to.
you can turn your cameras off anytime you want once you get bored.
They're not going to turn. This is what they tuned in for.
It's all started with I had a phone call from my agent saying that Steve McAvity, Mel Gibson's partner, wanted to meet with me on a film called Mavericks. What I later found from Steve and Mel is that was just a front.
A ploy to get you in the room.
Well, to see what I was really like. So we met at some picnic table and up in Malibu, and we started talking, and it went on for like 3.5 hours, and then Mel finally brings up this story about what he's been thinking about for many years, and how he had found this book, and it was Anne Catherine Emmerich, and he goes, you know how this guy really died? I said, yeah. And he started, and it hit me. I just said,
Takže, čo sa týka týchto vecí,
just interrupted me.
najväčšiu value,
Yeah. I said, okay. And in that moment,
oni predali to kokotín z Heavy Attack za 5,000.
million miles a second, and I kept thinking,
5,500.
oh man, it all comes down to this.
You're
And
fucking
playing this,
serious.
And it felt like I should, and
You're fucking
I said,
serious,
okay.
fuck.
But I was scared and saying,
You were offered 4 other times to
5,500.
play this role, right?
3 other
Sorry,
times,
Lord,
4th time.
Why this one? Why this one and not the other?
You know, the other times that I was asked, afterwards I felt guilty. I felt like my first response was right, and I just didn't feel right. I didn't want to make something that wasn't the truth.
Chorí
And
ľudia,
I
aj
felt
na
that
tie
the
sumy.
other ones
Aj na tie sumy ako rúbu.
weren't there, and it had. I wanted to know. I asked Mel. I said, Mel, you had a lot of passion when you did Braveheart. Do you have at least that much for this? He goes, more than anything I've ever done.
I mean, I have a sense you're going to go through the blades a few times on this one.
But you think so?
I bet.
Julianne, diced,
Yes.
ginsued,
Ginsued, chopped, and fricasseed.
fricassee, I'm good. I can hardly wait.
If what I'm hearing from my peers is true.
Shut up.
I know.
Scaring you, Raymond.
I'm not trying to scare you. I just want to.
All right. Oh, hey, so what? You only live once.
You're willing to take the shot.
Yeah, you might as well get. It won't be boring.
No, it won't be boring.
It won't be boring.
And it hasn't been boring. But as you see there, and I've said this time and time again when people have asked me, I don't think he anticipated anything like this fallout and the enormous criticism that flew at this film for a year. You were front page news for a year. What did you think when that happened?
Do my job very well. At that point, I didn't want him worrying about me as an actor. I had to come and bring my A game every day, my A+ game.
And you're dying. You all have the flu in that clip. Mel has the flu. He's sick.
He was
as a dog.
sick, and whatever he got, I got, and I got propagated to him. But
That's
when
friendship.
That's friendship. when you're trying to direct a film, it's like fighting 2 wars, 2 fronts. That's what was happening, and it was diverting his focus. And so I would go in and say, don't worry about me. Just whatever you have to do, I'll be fine. But don't concern yourself with me. I'm okay. Just do the best you can here.
What do you make of their charge? Well, then they say this movie could serve as a toxic recipe for religious hatred, could legitimize anti-Semitism.
No, this is rubbish. This is absolute rubbish. This film is about faith, hope, love, and forgiveness. That's what it's about.
Does this film attempt to collectively blame the death of Jesus on the Jewish people?
This film collectively blames humanity on the death of Jesus. Now, there are no exemptions there. All right? I'm first on the line for culpability. I did it. Christ died for all men, for all times.
Including Jewish.
Yeah. They're part of the human race, you know, and it's humanity that's culpable. I'm first on the line. I did it, okay? We are all culpable, with no exemptions. No exceptions. So it's not singling them out and say, they did it. That's not so. We're all culpable. I believe we're all culpable. In fact, there's an argument, and this is a valid one, I think it's in the Council of the Catechism of Trent, that says we are more culpable, in fact, because we know, and if we reject and by our transgressions crucify Christ, we are more responsible than those who may have been ignorant, who thought, oh, he's not really the Messiah, he's like, you know.
And artistically, you point the finger at yourself, don't you?
Absolutely. That's my hand in there, sort of pounding and nailing. The left hand, sinistra, the sinister hand.
Do you think the real gripe here is with the Gospels?
That's all. That's all I got there is the Gospels. That's all it is. Now, they did a film called The Gospel According to John, but they didn't come under fire. Why? Why are they not under fire? Why am I under fire? I've only done what they've done.
Because Mel Gibson didn't direct that picture.
That's right. It's a very personal thing.
Is this your most...
People might go and see this. Oh, no! That's the whole thing.
Is this your most personal film?
Yes, it is, yeah. It reflects my beliefs.
And
I've never done that before.
Why not?
Because I haven't had the opportunity to before.
You think you'd do it again after what you've gone through on this?
This? Yeah, why not? I'm winning. They have no idea what stubborn means.
Is this theme going to continue? You've been grappling with this good and evil, the big picture, the spiritual war, if you will. Braveheart, We Were Soldiers, Signs, all of these, I would say, in some way,
To a degree, yeah.
give us glimpses of that inner struggle. You think this will continue for you as a filmmaker?
I don't know. Probably, you know, you have to talk about what you know about. I don't know about it. I'm no expert, but you know, you can only put your own experience into your work. How that manifests itself, I have no way of knowing in the future. I don't know if I'll ever work again. You know, I've said that this is a career killer.
Yeah.
And it could well be. But that doesn't matter because I don't care.
Because this is more important. This message, this film.
I think so. Yeah. And it's, I'll, you know, put it out there. See what happens.
What do you want people to come away with after seeing this movie? What do you want from your audience?
To be affected by it. To believe it. Of course, I don't have to do any of those things except to them. I want them to be moved by it. I want them to think about it. Maybe to be inspired to read the rest of the Gospels. Because it's a good book anyway. My intention was to get back to the basic message, you know, and show, there it is. What does that do to you?
You think it does?
Yeah, I think that.
Gibson is said to be working on a sequel to his passion film. We will, of course, keep you posted on any news that emerges.
Its own thing. I would love for console players to be able to have access to this feature. I think it would be great for everyone out there in Appalachia. And now if you participate in the PCS, you are going to earn a pennant as well a title that shares across your entire Bethesda account. So if you mainly play on the console, you may have people come by your camp and say, where'd you get that right there? It's a nice little thing that Bethesda does. But we posted a video talking about the patch notes coming for the Builders update in the fall, and someone mentioned that there was something special, a first aid box in the building menu. And when we jumped in on stream, we were testing some stuff out, looking in the build menu, and I could not find it, and it wasn't there on a public server. But we jumped into a private server, and there it was, in the build menu. And I gotta say, Bethesda, this is the first time that y'all have allowed us to, like, put down Atomic Shop items. And I'm so thankful for this because the way a PTS works, you take a snapshot of a character, and if your camp isn't already set up, then you can't test out weather machines for a fishing update or anything like that. So being able to place down Atomic Shop items, absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for that. But we placed it down, and yes, friends, I lost about 70 to 80 pounds on my main character. And it's one of those things that I utilize a food and aid meal. I utilize a script meal where I save legendaries to either script to get some, script, or maybe try for a legendary effect here and there, because there are still some on my main account that I have not been able to get. Quad is very elusive for Fargassier. I don't know why, but my ghoul character absolutely got it, but my main character just did not. But we were able to put in a lot of items into this. Now, we weren't able to put in magazines or bobbleheads or anything like that, but we were able to put in lunch boxes and the like. And I really like this for the simple fact that this is a requested feature that we have wanted for a very long time. It started a rumor mill. There was a rumor mill started about a year ago that it potentially was coming, and it was just like people would talk about it and then it would disappear for a month or two, and then people would talk about it again, and it would just, the ebb and flow of that conversation just kept happening. And in the patch notes, Bethesda did not mention anything about a first aid box. And now, if you're wondering, this is probably going to be tied to Fallout First, and honestly, this is going to make Fallout First that much more worth it, in my personal opinion. And now we do have a video coming that's going to talk about some things around Fallout First and what Bethesda could do around that to make it a little bit more enjoyable for everyone out there in the Wasteland. If you're not already subscribed, or hit the bell notification icon to stay informed when that video comes out. I don't normally do those call to action, so don't have that practiced down. I mess that up from time to time. But around the world, like in the mall, at the White Spring, on the chemistry table, right there on that bench is a first aid box. And then if you go to Nuka World on tour, right there on a table on a tray is a first aid box. And the trading station down in Skyline Valley has one tucked away as well. And I haven't been able to find any more out in the Wasteland through looking, but Bethesda seems to have added a first aid box, and this is absolutely game-changing for me, for the simple fact that this is going to free up a mule, which means that I'm going to have an extra character. That means that I can save a perk hard point or two because of not having to worry about having to save that weight for meds and stuff like that. So really, I am enjoying the thought process of this first aid box being here, and I really, really do hope that it shows up in this fall update in the next season. Let me know what you would like to see from Bethesda as far as this goes. What are you most excited for with the Builders Update? Y'all, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day to check this video out. Thank you so much to the channel members for the continued support. Y'all have a great, wonderful day out there in the Wasteland. Peace. Love you.
Hello and welcome back to Fallout 76. Today I am on the public test server to have a look at the hunting rifle. So this latest round of the PTS is for the September update. So obviously any changes that we see could be much different by the time they come to live. But as it stands right now, the hunting rifle got another damage buff. We got one last season, a pretty decent one. The hunting rifle is actually doing really well in the live version of the game. However, we did get another buff, and it's equivalent to 68% increase of base damage. So here is a hunting rifle. It hasn't been modded at all, and it has no legendary effects. And I also have no perks equipped that would increase the damage, at least the Pip-Boy display damage. And you can see we're sitting at 285. So that's actually a pretty nice number to build them. So I actually crafted 2 hunting rifles to test today, one for VATS and one not for VATS. So this is the out of VATS version we'll be looking at. I do have a prime receiver on it, which is going to be the highest damage bonus you can get. Prime receiver also increases the range a little as well. And I decided to go with stalkers on this one. So sneak damage is now multiplicative rather than additive damage. So rather than working off the base damage, it'll be working off of whatever the modified damage will be. So sneak damage should actually be quite a bit better than it is on live. And then we do damage while aiming because we won't be using VATS, and then faster reload speed. And you can see the Pip-Boy damage, a very impressive 1,081. And this will be the one we use for VATS. So this one is 2-shot with 50% VATS hit chance, I do like Vets hit chance on hunting rifles generally. It just means they don't, at least on live, it means they actually don't miss very often. And the same thing is true, at least what I found playing with this a little bit. PTS is kind of the same way. Vats enhanced, really good effect for a hunting rifle, and then that faster reload. And I have this modified with a hardened receiver. So rather than using the ultrasight ammo, we're going to use hardened. We will get contextual drops for ammo, and we're using a reflex sight instead of a scope. But you can see the 2-shot is giving us 516 by 2 because it is 2 projectiles. So that should also hit pretty hard. So here is the loadout. I'm still probably going to have to change this a bit just because some perks have changed. But for now, this is good enough for testing. So we have Downranger, which will give us plus 20% range damage to far enemies, which pretty much should be everything that we're dealing with today, at least for the most part. Center Masochist, plus 75% range damage when attacking the torso. This will be mainly for our non-VATS version. I can't always hit the head. I'm not the best at manual aim, so this will definitely help when I'm just hitting the biggest target. Then we have Number Cruncher, which is going to give us a 2% increase damage per AP cost. Both of these have an AP cost over 40, so that's a significant boost. And then for our VATS version, I do have the Awareness perk. This will help with our VATS accuracy again. When you combine this with VATS Enhanced, you're getting really high percentage shots basically all of the time. So we are going to be focused on Sneak for both of these. So I'm not using any of the Onslaught perks. I'm going the other direction. I'm going Sneak with this. So we have Covert Operative, which will give us an extra 50% sneak attack damage. We have Mr. Sandman. Silence weapons do an additional 100% sneak attack damage. Both of these have suppressors, so that should apply to both weapons. Then we have Gunslinger. Ranged weapons do plus 12% weak spot damage. This will mainly benefit the VATS version of the gun. And then Adrenaline. That'll just build our damage as we go through crowds of enemies. Now, with the reworked curve for building critical hits, my luck is sitting at 15, so I should be doing a critical hit every 4 shots. On live, that'll be every 3. So I'm doing them less often, but I'm still going to take that benefit when it is available. So I do have critical savvy and better criticals. So here are the mutations I'm using. We've got Speed Demon, faster reload speed. Not much of an issue with the hunting rifle. It reloads pretty quickly. Herd Mentality, plus 2 to all my specials. Herbivore, I do use Blight Soup, so this will give me double the benefit from that. Eagle Eyes, extra perception, extra critical hit damage. And Adrenal Reaction works like Adrenaline, only it's 5% versus the 10% you get from Adrenaline, but still, it caps at 10, so a decent damage boost when facing multiple enemies. And the foods I use, Blight Soup, extra critical damage, and Sweetwater Special Blend, when you combine that with Party Boy, decent boost of perception, which does have a nice effect on that awareness card. So one of the changes that has happened on the current PTS is they have done range adjustments for pretty much everything. And so things like the hunting rifle actually are getting a bit of a boost because it makes sense. It would be a long-range weapon. So you can see the ultrasight version of this, we've got a range of 357, which is significantly more than what you would get on live. Live, I think, would be just a little under 200. So quite a bit of a range boost there. And even the non-ultrasight version, we have a range of 316. So we're still over 300 range for both of these weapons. So another thing I want to show you is so I have a medium scope on this. So medium and long scopes actually have a zoom function. And the way that works is you hold down aim like this, and then you tap the VATS button, and there are a couple of zoom levels. So you can see that makes a massive difference to how far this is the standard, and then we're all the way into here, and we can actually just plunk him in the head. And you can see, nice damage, no critical hit, just manual aim, 3,200 damage. It is a little bit awkward on a controller because of the way the buttons are mapped. I'm actually using the same hand for aiming and for tapping that VATS button. So it's a little bit awkward for that, so I'm not sure that I'll be using it. If you're on a keyboard or if you just remapped your controller keys, probably a bit easier to work with. But it works quite nicely, as you can see. All right, so now we're close up, and this kind of defeats the purpose of having a scope. But you can see hipfire accuracy, not much of a problem. I do love the cascading damage numbers as well. But you can see ammo, if we look here, although super mutants aren't great for dropping ammo anyway, but you can see no ultrasight ammo there. And super mutants have been buffed as well. I don't know the numbers yet. I haven't seen any. And you can see if we just do torso shots, that's enough. Misses don't do any damage, though. That has not changed from live. There we go. I think that was a yellow number, so that must have been the head. Torso shots. I mean, we're still hitting for 2,500 on torso shots. But yeah, my understanding is super mutants have been buffed, but I haven't seen any numbers yet. So I don't know, in what areas they've been buffed, by how much, anything like that. But from what I'm told, they have been buffed. Well, even the patch notes said they've been buffed. They were just very non-specific. So, but yeah, everything's a one shot for the most part with this. It's pretty. I mean, obviously, when they get close up, a little more challenging to deal with when you have a scope. But it's also stable. That's another thing is the bounce. Like when you shoot a shot, there's basically no. I mean, the recoil's almost nothing. So that's another change. To the weapon is it's just very stable. Because when you're if you've manually aimed on live with a hunting rifle, it bounces like crazy in between shots, and this just lets you kind of stay. It feels very much like the lever action does on live, because lever action on live has pretty much no recoil when you're manually aiming. So it feels very similar to that. If you like playing manual aim versus VATS, manual aim, I gotta say, feels, at least with this weapon. There's a lot of weapons to test, but with this weapon specifically, manual aim feels amazing. So yeah, this is of course when they run away, there we go. But you can see whether I hit, I mean, it's doing enough damage that whether I hit them, in the weak spot in the head or just in the torso. Let's test that manual, there we go. Sounds like we've got some visitors up top. Let's see if I can use the aim.
Acho que eu posso ilustrar.
Yeah, this is actually pretty nice. The zoom in. Yeah, the zoom function is really nice. I'm going to find a way to make it work. Even though it is a little bit awkward, it's still pretty nice. Let's see what we do against, I don't know if it may actually not even be no, it's actually in range. Okay, so one shot on this guy. All right, it's time for a little VATS fun. Now I am using a reflex sight on this, and the reflex sight no longer reduces AP cost like it does on live. So live reflex sight when you want lower AP cost, and I want to use number crunchers. So look at that, 95% from this far. That VATS hit chance plus awareness doing really good work. If you want to reduce the AP costs on something, once this update hits, it'll be the glow sight that does that rather than the reflex sight. Not sure why that was changed, but it was changed nonetheless. And of course, always, this nothing may hold. I do like the cascading numbers, and I do like the fact, because they're offset, that's what the offset numbers are, rather than being stacked on top of each other. You can definitely see that you're getting the benefit from the two shot. You're seeing the two projectiles. But yeah, VATS hit chance plus awareness speeds. My accuracy in VATS should just be pretty good. I shouldn't have a whole lot of misses here. Obviously, if the server... All right, here's another change. So before, I would have... Okay, now he's turned to the side, so I have a little bit of a hit chance. But if I don't have line of sight, I cannot target the fusion core. See, line of sight, it kind of is bouncing in and out. So fusion core is probably not a good option. Yeah, not a good option generally. So that is a change. It's going to take some getting used to. I do like it. I find it to be a little more reasonable. Well, I have a critical hit. If I can get any kind of, I got a hit on it because I had a critical for a guaranteed hit. Let's see. There's that. I do have scatter shot as well. So yeah, I'm able just to, I didn't mention it, but I do have scatter shot. So yeah, there we go. Definitely a lot less damage outside of VATS with this particular weapon, but does good work nonetheless. All right, we had another one right here. So yeah, even though we're not using the prime ammo, or the premium ammo, as it were, that you'd be using ultrasight, we're still getting, and this way we'll get contextual ammo because it is not ultrasight. So even if you're not using the top of the line ammo, you can still do really good damage. Anyway, regardless. So you can use ammo that you're farming or ammo that you craft if you're one of those people that has a ton of ultrasight ammo in your stash. Let's see, there's that guy and another one. I actually do prefer, oops. There we go. 0% hit chance multiplied with the extra hit chance still is 0. There is that. Yeah, this is doing really nice work. I mean, so far, other than the sentry bot, the big target, regular targets are going to be one hit for the most part. And you can see VATS, with the right combination of effects and mods, VATS is still really good. I know in some cases VATS may be a little, because there have been some changes the way that, okay, that's still a thing, where it takes no damage even though it's taking damage. But there have been changes to VATS, and so it's affected in different ways. But if you have the right combination of things, you can see VATS is still a really good option. All right, we're back to our manual aim. I don't need to hold my breath. I'm using stabilize mods on my arm. That way I don't need to hold my breath. So if you ever do manual aim, that's definitely a mod you want to use. Not quite enough. I didn't get the head though. So that was a non-weak spot hit. There was no yellow numbers there. So if I can get the head, which is one of the reasons I don't use. There's a perk called Smart Shot, I think, that gives you scope damage. They're so hard to hit because they just move so much. Their heads just too much movement. I finally got a headshot, but he was almost already dead. But that's one of the reasons I don't use. I think it's called Smart Shot, which gives you bonus damage to weak spots out of VATS or aiming with a scope. But I'm just terrible at that. So for me, it's just a wasted perk point. There we go. So an out of VATS hit, if I'm hitting the head, is enough to one-shot it. Let's see how the VATS version of the weapon does as well. Of course, now we have a little bit of adrenaline, not a ton, but a little bit. So 2 shots to the head, not quite. I was gonna say it's enough to make them phase out of existence for a second. So that's a cool new effect. We can make things just disappear. I don't think that's intended. That's an undocumented change. Yeah, with like he has 0.5 health left. Now with adrenaline, with 1 more, that should be enough. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I think he was actually dead, and he was just being stubborn. And even though I've spec for critical hits, I think I've done 1 so far. Let's see. That was on the shell. Was that enough? Well, I got XP, so that was enough to kill him. Yeah. But what's nice about this, I mean, I do like the fact that if you want to play without VAT, or if you want to play, without VATS, you can do really nice damage, as you can see. And if you want to play with VATS, it still works pretty well. Maybe zoom in. Let's try that zoom feature. There we go. So shoot him, and we can't shoot through buildings. Maybe we can. There we go. I think that was a one-shot on a, okay, this is the zoom. The zoom function is actually really cool. I like it. I think I shy hit, again. Of course, that's a thing the Mirelurk Keys can do. There we go. And did I get them all? I mean, I'm still in caution. Oh, that's another thing. So when you are zoomed out like this, as soon as you go out to aim, it resets it. So if I go back in, I'm not zoomed as well. So that's another part of the zoom function. And there's VATS, or let's do another zoom. I mean, that's pretty cool. This is definitely a good update for people that like to play without VATS. So, and I like playing both ways. So I'm not, I'm not beholden to either one. Oh, that's another thing. Now the arc, the throwing arc, is a menu setting, which I'll show that in a second. But we're gonna try and hit some weak spots here. So we're going back to our non-VATS weapon, scatter shot. There we go. There's the cripple. And but I think Mirelurk Queens have been buffed as well. I think that was one of the things I saw. So this, I think on live, it would have been dead already, but did that do anything? I don't know. But you can see, still not much of a problem, at least for this gun. So right here, it's under the game menu. So when you go into settings, under the game section, throwing arc. So now you don't need the fire in the hole perk, at least for that. You can turn it off or on. So if you don't like a throwing arc, don't have to have it. It's completely optional, but that's how you'll be able to enable it in the future. So the way Ultrasight works now, the way it works on live is it just gives you bonus damage to Scorched. Now it actually gives you 100% bonus damage, and it gives you, on top of that, 65% damage to Scorched. So this is VATS. This is our non-VATS weapon. But you can see our hit chance is still quite good, but the server being what it is, there's a critical hit. So that's actually pretty decent if we wanted to use our scoped weapon, because you're probably not carrying a VATS. I mean, I don't know, maybe you are, but I think that people who play without VATS try to avoid it whenever possible. So we're going to just use our VATS weapon, our non-VATS weapon in VATS, just to see how it does. You can see the damage numbers. Obviously, they're just Scorched. But the damage numbers are quite good. There's a critical hit, save it up for you. And non-critical hits, still hitting pretty hard. And what's our kill streak? It's only 4. I feel like we've killed more than 4 things. But I could be wrong there. Let's see. Do we have a critical? No. Now I have a critical. I will use it on, I think, did I use it on the Scorched? I did. I used it on the Scorched. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. That's the kind of behavior that you'd expect right there. All right, we have another critical, and boom. There we go. Pretty nice. And there is the hunting rifle. So whether you like playing in VATS, out of VATS, if a sniper type character is your preferred play style, hunting rifle, which is already a good option on live, is going to just get better when the next update hits in September. Hopefully you've enjoyed this video. If you have, please hit one of the buttons, and I hope you'll join me in the next one. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back to Fallout 76. Today we're going to have a look at the new Stalker's effect. With the June update, the Stalker's effect was actually completely changed. So what it does now is completely different than what it did before. So prior to the update, the Stalker's effect was a bonus hit chance, and it was worded something like, while not in combat, gain plus 100% VATS hit chance at the cost of 50% more AP. Something like that. And the way that worked was actually kind of ambiguous, and when I tested it, it was really inconsistent, and it sometimes it worked when I didn't think it would, and other times it didn't work when I thought that it should. So for the most part, I determined that it was an effect you should just avoid. And so now it's actually been simplified quite a bit. It's just plus 100% sneak attack damage. Very straightforward. So something that relies on sneak attack damage just by its very nature is going to be pretty situational. There's a lot of situations in the game where sneak just doesn't work. Like if you're in a raid, you're not going to be sneaking. If you're doing a daily op where there's uplink, you're not going to be sneaking there either. And then there's a lot of events where sneak just doesn't work at all. So this is mostly for, I would say, you're kind of doing your own thing, sneaking around the world and doing sneak attacks. And what I want to know is this something that you want to use in that situation? Or is another effect maybe just better all around? Something that gives you bonus damage all the time. Is that a better option even when you're sneaking? So I crafted a few fixers here, just 1 stars. Well, this is actually a no-star fixer. This is our control fixer. It is just a plain old fixer, no legendary effects. This will be what we'll use for our baseline numbers. Then I have the Stalkers again, 1 star. I've also got a Juggernauts. I was going to use Aristocrats for the 50%, but I actually don't have enough caps on this character. So we're going to use Juggernauts. With my health, I'm getting 54%, which is close enough. And then I also crafted a 1-star Furious. Now, as far as the perks go, I removed everything that would give me variable damage, things like Adrenaline, all the Onslaught perks, because those could actually give us variable damage as well, depending on stat count and whatever. And so what we have is just I want to be able to sneak, and that's about it. I don't really need much else to verify how good this is. Mostly I just need consistency. So we are going to test here inside West Tech. All of the super mutants should be level 100, which will give us a nice consistent enemy, which will hopefully give us nice consistent numbers. So first up, we are going to use our plain fixer, our non-legendary fixer, and all the weapons are modded the same way. Hardened receiver, stabilized long barrel, stabilized stock, swift magazine, reflex sight, and a suppressor. So they all have the same mod, so it's just the primary legendary effect, or in this case, no legendary effect, that will be the difference. So what I want here is actually a couple of numbers. I want a baseline where I'm not sneaking, is what I want. I want to know what that number is. And then I want to see, because I want to see the increase from non-sneak damage to sneak damage. So we're going to start off with our non-legendary fixer, get our baseline number for not sneaking, see how that goes. Let's see, want to hit the torso. That number looks like 42, and if I do a manual aim, yeah, VATS, not VATS, it's the same. Now let's see if I can re-engage stealth and start again. All right, so we got 42 for our non-sneak number. Let's see what a sneak number will do. Caution should work as well as sneak. Okay. I don't like my odds here. Looks like 132 is our sneak attack base damage with a non-legendary fixer. 132 is the number. Wow, there's a lot of them. All right. The problem is if I end up in danger, then I have to kill them all, and then I have to go deeper in, and I don't really want to. I want to just, yeah, it looks like 132. Okay, 132 is what we're looking for. All right, next up we have our Stalker's Fixer. Let's see what the damage number goes from 132 up to, I mean, it should be more. It's going to be 100% more of whatever the sneak attack portion of that would be. Not the head, we want the torso. 194 looks like was the number. This is kind of a tough spot. I mean, I guess I could wait for them to retreat. There we go. Yeah, 194, that's a pretty consistent number there. So it looks like an increase of 62 damage, which is kind of surprising. I mean, if we went from 42 as our base, and then the sneak went 132, that's 90 more damage. I would expect this, I mean, so to me, 90 is the sneak attack portion. I would expect the Stalker's effect to give us another 92 damage, which it didn't do. It only gave us, it only gave us 62 more damage, which is kind of strange. That's less than I would have expected, honestly. All right, now we have the Juggernauts effect, and currently that is giving us plus 54%. So let's see what that does. I mean, it should definitely be more than our plain fixer, but let's see what it does compared to the Stalker's fixer. Let's see. That one, okay, so we've got one. Nope, that wasn't it. Looks like I think it was 165. We will do more damage on the arms than the legs, so I want to make sure I'm only hitting the torso here. So 165 is the number there. Okay, so it's giving us, it's kind of halfway in between the sneak attack of the base versus the sneak attack of the stalkers. Which means if you are planning to just do sneak attack, stalkers beats out juggernauts, or by extension, aristocrats, mutants, junkies, because they're all in that 50% range. And now we are going to look at Furious, and I'm going to do it with, because I want inverted onslaught. This is not something I'd use, otherwise we just get base damage. So I've equipped Gunslinger Master, none of the other onslaught perks, because then that'll really pollute the numbers. But we'll be using Gunslinger Master. I think you would use this, if you're going to do a sniper type character, you would definitely use this perk. At the very least, you may use other onslaught perks, you may not, but you definitely want to use this one. And that will give us 19 stacks, at least at maximum. So I want to make sure my shots are, you know, spaced far enough apart that I'm always getting 19 stacks when I shoot. Otherwise, we're going to get weird. We're going to get decreasing numbers if I fire too quickly. So 19 stacks with Furious, and that should give us 95% damage. So there we go. So this will give us, okay, well, that was 191. Let's see if we can repeat that number. We're at 19 stacks. Oh, see, I fired too quickly. I forgot. I fired too quickly. So let's, it looks like 191 though, but let's shoot some more. Let's get rid of this dog. The AI is funny. The super mutant started shooting, but he was shooting into the wall. And then another one way back there started shooting into the wall as well. So yeah, nice strategy there. Okay, so torso, 191. Make sure we get all our stacks back. 191 again. Let's try the other one. Okay, wait, no. No, this is not where I wanted to end up, that's for sure.
Trošku mázané.
Yeah, looks like 191 is our consistent number with a Furious effect. So we are going to test again. This time
Pekne drahé sú tie nojaky.
During the test, I was kind of curious if
Pekne
a higher
blísujú.
power
Pekne
weapon
blísujú.
would actually make any
Vonda
difference with
blísuje.
the results. So
Ja som
what we
predal
have
za
here is
1400,
hunting rifles. All the same
videl som
effects,
odkúpiť za
although I've added a
5500.
second star to the legendary ones. I have
Dá sa
added
tomu
tips
veriť?
on the other ones, but they're all modified the same way, hardened with a line-long barrel, forceful stock, swift magazine, reflex sight, and a suppressor.
Od
And you can
10.
see the base damage or the damage in the Pip-Boy is like triple what we were getting with the Fixer. And I wonder if that actually makes any difference or if we're going to see similar results. So let's start with a baseline. Do we need a baseline number? Might as well do a baseline number with this. So this is our non-legendary Fixer, not sneaking. Torso shot 176. Yes, quite a bit harder. So 176 with the torso shot on this, not sneaking. This is still the non-legendary Fixer hunting rifle.
A ešte pol hodinku na Lizardoch.
Let's see what kind of damage we can get from this. So now we're sneaking. Hopefully, all right. Now we're sneaking. Okay. They're not cooperating. I wish we could have like dummies of things in a shelter. Looks like is that 503. Wow. Okay, that's quite a jump. So
Má pol hodinku na Lizardoch.
503. That is.
Pol hodinku na Lizardoch.
Now we have the stock. As you can see, we've got Matt's hit chance on there. Just because the hunting rifle can be kind of funny, even at point blank range. But Matt's hit chance will usually fix that. So we got 503 before, 656. We'll see. That was like a lot of his help. So I want to see if that 656 holds up with something that has, you know, more than just a sliver of. Okay, let's see. We got there. Looks like. I think it was the same. Yeah, it looks like 656. So the amount of sneak attack damage. Yeah, I don't know how it's figuring it because it seems like it should be more. Because if we went from 176 to 503, what is that, like 325
Hodinka na Lizardoch.
between sneaking and not sneaking, that seems like we should get that again with 100% increase in damage, and that's not what's happening. We got another just 150, so less than half the damage difference that I would have expected. All right, so now we're gonna try Juggernauts. So let's see. You can see our Pip-Boy damage is higher here. So let's see what this looks like. I'm not even gonna predict because already the numbers are not. They're not lining up with what I would
Je to pol hodinka na mutantov, je to
I would
pole.
expect the bonus sneak damage to like double.
Na Lizardoch.
But the part where we're, you know, the
Tieto
difference
veci sú
between
tvrdé.
and
Títo Lizardy. Oni to vedia roztáčať.
That's not what's happening. So here's Juggernauts with the sneak attack, and we got 586. So like 70 less. There we go. Now he's do that again. So that's again 586 is the number for Juggernauts. So definitely more. than the base. It's
Oni
like
te
80 more
roztačajú
damage than
títo
the base.
lizardi, oni te roztačajú, no.
Okay, and now we have the Furious. We have the Furious, same thing. I'm going to have, 19 stacks. They're counting up right there. I just have to remember shoot slowly, although with this gun, shooting slowly is not usually a problem. It kind of forces you to do that. Alright. Was a little too slow. Let's see. This guy is 648.
Lizardi sú tvrdí šmaci, tvrdí šmaci.
Basically as much as we're getting.
Čo týka lizardov, snaží sa to otáčať na ne, ale oni sú tvrdí šmaci.
It seems like the results just kind of hold up. I mean,
Oni sú tvrdí šmaci, lizardi.
Get you halfway between the base and the Stalker's effect, and then Furious at maximum skill at 19 stacks anyway is getting you almost all the way there where Stalker's is. So after all that, I would say the Stalker's effect is a bit underwhelming when you consider how situational it is. And for me, the math just doesn't really work out. I mean, if you look at the difference between the non-sneak attack and the sneak attack, to me, that whole difference is your sneak attack damage, but Stalker's isn't giving you 100% of that. It's giving you some other number. So I'm not really sure how the math shakes out. But yeah, if you're only doing sneak attacks, if that's all you ever do, sure, this would be worth it over something that gives you 50% more bonus, like, if Juggernauts in this particular case, or Aristocrats or Junkies. But for all other use, probably not. And if I'm having to choose between this and Furious,
Video musí byť stále ako hovno
close
sen.
enough for sneak attacks, and for non-sneak attacks, it's going to be way ahead. So overall, I don't know. I'm not really seeing a use case for this as it currently stands. I think the bonus, because it is so situational, the bonus for Stalker should be quite a bit higher than what it actually is. Otherwise, I just don't think that it's worth it. Hopefully you've enjoyed this video. If you have, please hit one of the buttons. And I hope you'll join me in the next one. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back to Fallout 76.
No je to tvrdé, títo lizardi, snaží sa ich otáčať, ale je to tvrdé.
Today. Thank you so much for
Je to tvrdé lizardi.
Today, I have something insane for you guys. There is some secret canisters that you can collect to get the drill done in about 12 seconds. This is absolutely insane when I saw this, everybody. I had to share this with you. Let's get into it here, but before we do, big shout out to Smashy Snow. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. This is how I found it, everybody. I will link the video in the description in case you want to check it out.
Lizardi sú tvrdí šmaci. Sú tvrdí šmaci.
Followers there. That would be awesome. Tell them Westek sent you. Now, what you want to do is come over here, which is basically Radiant Hills. Now, if you're not a ghoul, you might not be familiar with this area. And keep in mind, there's a lot of rads over here. So make sure you're in a hazmat suit or a power armor with some rad away, whatever you got to do. But if you come over here to this canister here, not the one that looks like the one you picked up in the mine. You want the other canister with it. It does count towards the canisters you can, use to fuel the drill, believe it or not. And there is another one up here I'm going to show you.
Na čo to ukazujete?
Right here, ironically, right beside a canister that looks like the ones you pick up from the raid, but it is not that one specifically. As you can see here, I will pick it up, and it doesn't go into the miscellaneous tab. You want it to be in the miscellaneous tab. That's how you know it's the right canister. I'll pick this one up, and it'll show that I have 12. Right? So these are the ones that you want. Now, I don't really know what's going on here.
A ja neviem, o čom hovoríš, Hanaj. O čom hovoríš, Hanaj? O akom drille hovorí? O čomu ide? Je narušený? Je chorý, on je chorý. On je chorý.
Easy. It's basically just picking up 260, I think, some odd items, 260 to 270 items. And then once you leave that server and go back to another server, all the random jumps around from the servers will be there. Again, I will link the video in the description, but I'll show you a couple places to go to pick up a bunch of stuff. It's basically as simple as that and then off the server. So of course Somersville, where I just was right there, there's a ton of burnt books to pick up. Perhaps some quality medical supplies I like to go to as well. You're not going to get everything you need here to reset the spawn, but
On je chorý, on je chorý, on je chorý.
I'll make a video.
Čo trepe, no je, o čom hovorí?
We'll need another place to go to. That's why I'm.
Aký kanister, na čo ti to je?
And big shout out to Finders Keepers for
Jasné, on je chorý.
high school. This is a great place as well to pick up just random junk on the tables and on the floors, just so you can get that spawn reset, so you can pick up more of these canisters. If I didn't make it clear, that's why you're doing this, right? Because you can only pick up 2 Irradiant Hills, then you're going to want them to respawn. So once you've picked up 255 items in the server that you weren't in the canister with, if that makes sense, go to another server, and then the canisters should be there after you picked up. You can pick up a bunch of stuff in the same server you pick up the canisters in. Just make sure you don't go back there after you've picked up everything. You
O
have
čom hovorí?
servers like I just did, and then the
Piče, on je pekne
canisters
chorý.
should be there like I
Pekne
showed.
chorý
If not,
jedinec.
then you probably didn't pick up 260 some odd items, or you
Vôbec nerozumiem, o čom mu ide. Čo hovorí za
We'll
hovno?
put them in a new
Čo je?
and have to put them in a new server. if that makes sense. And yes, you can drop these. Again, big shout out to my friend Wolfen Finder Keepers for helping me collect these and make the process quicker. And yeah, it's as simple as that, everybody. You just collect 15 of these. You need 15 total. And then you can see me here, solo, you know, in the raid.
Ale prečo by si to
push the
robil?
button, and then pretty much just hammer these in the field of
Ale
puzzles.
prečo by si zbieral tie odpadové hnoje? Ja tomu
Now,
nerozumiem.
of course, yeah, is this extremely beneficial? I would say, yeah, if you're running this solo, but raids are usually not doing solo, right? So I'm going to get into that in a bit, just talk about how useful this is. But I just want to mention that I find it kind of convenient that these are right here canisters that look exactly like the canisters from the raid. It's almost like
On je chorý, no je chorý, masívne
not
chorý.
exactly right here, but you're close.
Úplne schizofrenicky
Maybe
chorý.
I'm just
Úplne
speculating.
schizofrenicky.
I just feel like I've always felt like there was some hidden canisters, not out in the open world.
Na čo
but
sú
just
ti
somewhere
chorý
in the mind that
kanistre? Na čo sú ti?
find I always thought was cool if they hit them. But yeah, this is just as cool, I think. I think this is absolutely awesome. I don't know if this is intentional or not, but I'm definitely leaning towards the fact that I think it may be just because these canisters are right beside ones that you would find in the raid. I just find that extremely convenient, and I don't know how this would just be put in here by accident. Again, I'm not super, you know, into the
Chorý?
tech and whatnot that takes
Je
develop
chorý.
the games and whatnot. So let us know in the comments what you guys think, if you think this is convenient or there is a reasonable explanation for this. I think this is simple. And yes, everybody, is this, you know, extremely useful? I just think it's really cool. That's why I made the video. I know you can glitch right to the snake if you want and just keep doing the snake over and over again. It's probably better to fight the EN Guardian over and over again. You know, you don't really have to do this. It might take you an hour or two if you're doing this solo, but that is still the only way to beat the drill solo. I don't think you can beat the drill any other way than this. So I just think this is absolutely cool. And if you do want to try to beat raid solo, this is definitely a step in the right direction. So it's kind of why I wanted to make a video. And again, I just wanted to put it out there. Yeah, it does take a long time to do this. If you got a good team running raids, you really don't have to do this. Maybe just collect a couple in the server just to get you started or something. I don't know. Let me know in the comments, everybody. That's just my opinion about it. I don't think this is game.
On je chorý, on je chorý, on je masívne chorý.
Yeah, that's just my opinion too, of course, right, guys? So let me know in the comments what you guys think, what you think if this.
Aké hovná spomína? O čom hovorí?
Or whatnot.
On je masívne chorý. Je úplne mimo reality a nemá nič hovorí. On nejaké úplne nepochopiteľné svastiky vykecáva.
So you the shotgunner build. It's a human build. There is some customization that you can do yourself based on your personal preference. So this is
On je chorý.
general build.
Oni sú všetci chorí, jak hniloby.
Human that wants to
Oni sú všetci extrémne choré hniloby. Ja neviem, čo s tými ľuďmi sa stalo. Oni trepú totálne nezmysly. Úplne žvástajú nezmysly stále.
dragon can be shotgun can be plasma and a lot more. Basically,
Oni žvástajú nepochopiteľné choré nezmysly. Nepochopitelné chore svastiky plodia.
Our special before implementation of
Tomu nerozumiem.
legendary perks. There is additional 20 special from legendary perks: endurance, intelligence, agility, luck. Taking one for the team, and last one is up to you, whatever
Oni
you
trepú
want.
strašné hnoje. A niečo s tými ľuďmi stalo.
Some other perk you like.
Oni sú jak zmyslov zbavené chore sračky.
If you don't have all those legendary perks, don't worry, you are free to customize and remove something from the main build to make room for it. If it is a finished endgame build, customization up to you. What do I have under strength? Some carry weight like arms keeper. There is no towering pharmacy as I'm using that as a legendary on my armor. There is not enough room. Unfortunately, not enough room under strength. You will need to give up arms keeper if you need towering pharmacy here. Blocker very important for tankiness. Oh, and by the way, this build the run will help all nobles. Scatter shot. Very good new perk for shotguns. 20% of the damage dealt to a limb applied to all limbs on your target. So you can aim for the head and very quickly cripple everything on your enemy. I have it set for bugs, although you can do a quick substitute to run it without bugs if you prefer. Shotgun do excel with bugs. I'm gonna like it to excel with bugs. Love the spread. We are using shotguns, so we have extra 10% range and shotgun. So regular shotguns do not really have perfect range by themselves. Easy target, big cube, 75% bonus damage. Basically after the first shot. First shot triples everything, second shot or carries bonus with other bonuses like shotgun jump.
To nechora svastika. Nechora svastika. Strašne, strašne. Nepochopiteľné sračky trepe. O čom hovorí znovu?
But that's like additional 80% bonus damage.
O čom hovoria tie chore svastiky?
You have 160% bonus damage. That's huge. That's huge. Then we have perception, number transfer. This one works back, no back, works every time on every weapon. It's already beneficial. Each weapon costs 80 costs electricity. I would not say it's good if your weapons are super cheap, and if you have all weapons that are like 10 or less 80 costs, then you can swap it. If you want to benefit from that, a great benefit.
Oni sú chorí, oni sú extrémne chorí, tie ľudia. Extrémne chorí sú.
Additional damage per crippled limb your target has. Those targets will have at least 5 limbs, so at least 100% bonus damage. Fast fighter, we are using a lot of reload speed for the reloads of Harpoon gun and the Dragon mainly, and so shotgun and all the best shotguns benefit from insane reload speed, so I went for the insane reload speed. Concentrated fire for backs, damage in backs and accuracy, awareness, accuracy in backs again, ground pounder.
Oni trepú strašné svastiky.
Again, reload and some accuracy outside of backs. If you don't like backs, concentrated fire and awareness, you will swap those two for
Oni sú extrémne chorí.
shot and scope.
A neviem, ako sa k tomu vyjadriť, toto je strašné.
Ready to go. Tank killer for most shotgun not really needed. They have so much damage that you don't need additional armor penetration for most part, for most enemies. How it exactly works, I covered that in other video about armor penetration effect. It's actually linked over here on the screen. Don't forget. You can check it out when you need, how much you need armor penetration to make the weapon damage. One extra bonus tip, if you don't want to aim for the weak spot, Santa Masochist is your friend. You equip this one, you swap something else for this one and as well. It's important if you're farming the Guardian. If you want to farm the Guardian, that's your biggest friend. Endurance, we have some extra tankiness from Life Giver. Ironclad, rank 1 best value. Iron Styrmech, natural resistance, all tankiness. Transplanta for some extra AP. Fireproof for tankiness. Star Genes to keep our retention. Charisma, squad maneuver is not more movement speed. That, in our case, 20% reload speed. And Tower Agent, when I need to travel, I equip it. It shouldn't be here now. Obviously, at this moment, I'm not over-encumbered, so this I will not be over-encumbered.
Strašné svastiky. Strašné svastiky.
The traveling perk lets you fast travel even when over-encumbered, so I'm just swapping wherever I need to fast travel after looting back to my camp. I switch Other intelligence requires experience. Demo experience that only for exploding. You don't use explosives. Alternative options in here will be stabilized if you are using heavy shotguns like Harpoon or Pepper Shaker. Those are heavy
Strašné
shotguns.
svastiky trepe.
Or
Strašné,
if you
strašné
choose
svastiky.
to play bloody and go low health,
Ja vôbec nerozumiem, o čom
you
mluvím.
equip mid rate and as well you will have 1 point free,
Vôbec.
so you can have the after of nothing. I have Trilogic, which stands for fire shotguns, like Harpoon again, and both shoulder, both amazing shotguns. Punches included, carry my ammo, don't carry lots of energy ammo, you have needed. Agility.
Extrémne hnoje vykecáva. Vieš, čo s tými ľuďmi stalo? My sú jak zmyslo zbavení. Oni trepu nezmysly.
Gunrunner, in our case for reload speed, and force strictly faster, for the renegade, and can add it for everything of the things that are always light, but the good adrenaline, huge damage to it, full kill, crit, 100%.
Absolútne hlavolíky, absolútne zmysly trepu. Oni sú úplne zmyslo zbavené hnoje.
Critical savvy, and one gun arm is for heavy, like Pepper Shaker, and Harpoon gun. Doesn't work for regular shotguns, so if you don't plan to use heavy shotguns, you can swap this one. If you don't plan to use bats at all, you have a lot of stuff that you can swap. Alternative options that you may be using are all the shells for collection stuff. You can run blast screen, that's very handy for your rotation. I have lots of serums, so I run serums. You don't have lots of serums. Swap one gun army over their critical for the blast screen. You can consider good with soul. There is more food for longer. Green Reaper Spring, but that's for bad. Not a bad option for bad. If you just need some filler, Luck of the Draw or Lucky Break is a filler. They don't do much.
Katastrofálne hnojvíky, ja neviem, čo s nimi je.
If you don't have anything to put under
Oni sa zbláznili, tí ľudia, oni sa totálne sú mimo.
I am running with for most of the time. I will switch if I want to absolutely max out for one of my weapons. No mutations and our heroes. Adrenal reaction, this is the one for everyone. Everyone knows it, that gives 53 damage, but just a little bit of penalty to come. Weapons for extra agility, lower force speed, that's important. Carnivore if you want a lazy mode, Herbivore if you want even more damage from the new unique key and critical damage bonuses. You may notice I have both. It was possible previously, I was just drinking serums, and after drinking both, I end up with both. I'm not removing them, I don't know how to get it back. If you know how to cover it back, fly both Carnivore and Herbivore, let me know. But there is one big downside, you need to keep popping serums every hour, otherwise it doesn't work at all if you have both. I'm currently a little bit tired of that, but I keep popping serums. Chameleon, there is no side effects, I use it for fishing. Eagle Eyes, for more crit damage, more perception, so more accuracy. Egghead, for more intelligence. Herd Mentality, basically pretty special. Marsupial for jumping. Scully Speed for changes. Speed Demon for reload speed. Mainly for movement speed, that's both start with very quick movement speed is heavy load speed too, but that's 65% reload speed. Total affecting the back under perception. About the gear. For the armor, I like to run unyielding when I'm low health with extra special health. At this moment I'm full health, so I do not benefit from unyielding. Second star, I have luck, but I'm considering finding an armor set with perception to see if that will help with my accuracy in any meaningful way if I push perception to crazy level. I do have food drink and camp weight reduction. I cannot fly without it. That replaces 2 perks, one under strength, one under endurance, so that's very helpful for me. The 4 star is basically non-existent. This was nerfed, so I rarely use the reload for bashing, but it's here, so it's basically 3 star for all the purposes. I do have power armor as well, so that's my reflective power armor. 4 star is reflective, that's just for technical, you don't really need it. The cool thing about it is Nocturnal, boosting my perception and agility while flow. I pair it up with a torso with this torso that I modified with chameleon effect, the skeletal torso from activating this figure my brow. But when I tell, when I inspire to or not, so two now is active as long as I tell. Pretty cool. Power armor.
Ako minuli sme nejaké svastiky, ale nie veľké čísla, áno, nie veľké čísla. Takže tie čísla nie sú také, ako by sme...
I will be crafting regular armor with Nocturna and extra perception in second shot as well to see how well it goes and how it will work. Maybe even I would like to jump on the stream tomorrow. I really want to see how far I can push the perception or what which armor. I'll be investigating that.
Plus títo lizardi, oni niečo vedia. Nie sú žiadni pushoveri. Títo lizardi nie sú žiadni pushoveri.
I have a skin with this one, the red rocket dragon. Maybe shotgun will time, but just one requirement.
Ktorí ľudia?
Otherwise, must be quiet. They all have perfect energy with bullets, which is relatively easy to obtain.
Nie sú žiadne sračky. Skurvisiny. Títo lizardi.
Not too hard to get. Bullies is one of the easiest and cheapest of the 4-star. Relevant synergy with shotguns. So far shaker quite good, mainly because of the skin. I'm joking. It is good. But the skin is awesome. The skin is awesome when you see it. It is a heavy shotgun. Lots of projectiles, so bonuses with range enemies or cripple. There's one important note for shotguns. In order to achieve maximum crippling effect, must be as much as possible ballistic damage. Energy damage has a huge penalty to your crippling ability. I don't know why is that the case, but there is a huge penalty. So you want as much shotguns with ballistic damage as it is possible. Like laser rifle will not perform as great, even though in theory the shotgun has 5 projectiles with but it's fully damaged. That will beat the performance. Now shotgun is quite good. Especially like the bloodied version.
5 minút, chýba mi 90.
Especially if you want full health, then two-shot will be your friend.
Ach, ja by 107.
It's quite noticeable from a two-shot.
The problem.
In fact, it's not as big of a deal outside of what it is, and it must be charged.
Čo mi chýbajú veľké počty.
Let's jump for some combat so we see how this will perform. If you have a shotgun as a plasma, you can use that too.
Let's see those.
Combat shotgun works great. There's 4 levels possible. Best ones, Dragon, Cold Shoulder.
Zoberieme na čierno nejaké lajoče.
Currently icebreaker from
Tak to spravím. Lebo došiel skurvisyn chorý. Je tu chorec.
So let's see some
Je tu chorec.
performance of this build.
Je tu jeden z chorcov. Vyšiel vylizovať.
Cold shoulder. Regular shoulder shot, almost being level 100. Center masochist, if I would equip, that would be enough to kill.
A je to problém, že tu prišiel chorec. To trošku komplikuje situačnú aféru. Ale je tu chorec.
What's the goal for a headshot? The biggest downside of regular shotguns, you may see, that you see, they need to be relatively close. That's why I want to test. On this back now when I'm trying to showcase something. It's not really happening as often as it seems from this video. Well, oh, there's a Scorpion. So 10 good old Cold Shoulder, do damage to the Scorpion. Show it numbers. Now can the damage register?
Ono v podstate všetko sú to chorí ľudia z chorého súdka, namočení v pekelnej chorej šťave.
Slow motion Scorpion falling down.
A koľko máme času? 4 minútky, 4 krkonoše. Je to menej ako 100, ale to nedám. Jedine, že by som zobral na čierno nejaké pagody. Budeme musieť zobrať ďalšiu pol hodinku, ďalšieho polera. Nevyzerá to vôbec dobré.
Not a problem at all. The health bar is buggy, so I don't really know how much health I have, so I will lie the spin back. Now look at this Scorpion. Is that a good damage? I think that is. Survive. Because my dragon broke. I should repair it before showcase. Can I finish? Yes, Novak's finished. Just aiming down the side. Another one. Look at this. 1,100 damage showing. And you need to multiply by all the 4 projectiles. So it's over 4k damage. Fireball and beautiful accuracy. Where do you go for the dragon? And the reload.
Pa ne sme ďaleko, ale...
All my shotguns reload. Quite right. Including the dragon after stacking the reload.
Máme to šancu dať na čas. Máme 62 kúskov za 2 minúty. Čo je problém, 62 kúskov za 2 minúty. Jedine, že som išiel na čierno niekoľko lízalov.
Love it. Like the dragon is so good. You need to try. You need to put your hand on the dragon, make it flat, and try it with this build. It's beautiful. You put over on this head, something better, like this parallel.
Ako je to nepríjemné, pretože naozaj nechýbajú mi veľké počty. Naozaj mi nechýbajú veľké počty, ale... Je to 56, ale napriek tomu to nevylížeme. Máme asi 2 minúty na 56, možno to stihneme. Potrebujeme si nejako blísnuť. Potrebujeme aj tohto, aby som išiel ten pičus. Nechce sa mi ísť, to je chorý človek. Chorý lízar. Je to šokujúce, no je to nepríjemné, naozaj nám nechýba veľa. Nechýbajú nám veľké počty. 42 kúskov iba. Ale... Musel by som to vylízať bez boostu nejakých, čo neprichádza do úvahy, alebo aktivovať ďalšie zlaté jabko. Ďalšie zlaté jabko, máme 44 sekúnd. Než budeme si musieť dať ďalšieho polera. Veľa nám chýba pár kúskov. Veľa nám chýba naozaj pár kúsálov. Lenže... To je úplne jedno, to je... To je v pagode, no, je to v pagode, no. To v absolútnej pagode. Budeme ešte musieť ísť na jedného polera. Ja som nič robiť.
Too low lag. Yeah, a little bit too low lag. I would need to switch some reflective to limit breaking that I don't want to do. I would need to be using a lag boost from
ešte jeden poler.
or food.
No to chce vždy. Momentálne točím hodinku a pol na lízardoch každý deň.
But look at the accuracy. Look how accurate it is.
Je to problematické. Točíme veľké čiastky.
Gimbal bracers that improves accuracy even further. I don't know why it did. Oh, there is the Scorch Beast. Still flying around. Scorch Beast.
Je to problematické riešenie, no je to problematické riešenie.
I'll show you every single weapon. There we go. So that's the Pepper Shaker. You can see how damage nicely accelerates as we go. And she's eliminated. Beautiful gun. The Pepper Shaker. If you want to be a heavy shotgunner running with a power armor, and I could be full health.
Ale tieto veci sú šokujúce, sú to šokery.
Doesn't matter, the low health was only for my unyielding armor. If I would heal, that's the same damage. I'm not running bloody I have on this Pepper Shaker. What do I have on this Pepper Shaker? And I have quad on it. Yes, I have quad on it. If it go for something else like blood, it will definitely increase my damage in this case scenario, and I low health, or 2-shot would increase my damage in exchange for some accuracy, or you can even choose to be Junkies build.
Ovo je metar gore, no, čo sme sa dožili.
A lot of options. I wish I could show you everything. As always, you can ask on live streams if you have any questions. This is the build for shotguns. They're way more powerful than they used to be in the past. I hope you will have fun. And yes, this build is absolutely compatible with the latest Icebreaker, but I already did dedicated video to show how it works and what it's best for. And that being said, thank you a lot for watching and see you all in the next one. It's Angry Turtle, and today I have for you the Ghoul Mando build.
Máme tu nejaké šokujúce veci, s ktorými sa neviem vysporiadať.
And better than I anticipate. It's awesome, especially that now I don't need to use glow. Glow is just a bonus.
Šokujúce informácie. Ale mážeme, pekne točíme, pekne otáčame. Tá filozofia je zvrchovaná. Len samozrejme. Tu sa nám hromadia sa nám svastiky, potrebujem sa naozaj zbaliť, nedá sa nič robiť. Máme veľa svastík. Máme veľa svastík, zase sa tu grupujú. Maximálny život v rukaviciach. Veľa svastík, veľa svastík. Máme strašne veľa svastík. A čo s tým robiť? Si to nemôžem nechať, že je 116, grupujú sa. Melee evasion, mana regenerácia. Nič, pošlo to do pagody. Čo s tým spravím? Grave si fielda generála. Tá melee evasion by som si ju tam rád nechal. Topánky by bolo dobre sa ich zbaviť. Topánok by som tu mal mať viacej, ale... Hovorím, je to... Dáme sem toto. Dáme sem toto. Takže trošku lustrujeme, áno. Máme 114, čo sú veľké várky. Veľké várky. Ten mantl. Má stále rezistenciu. Ale dobre, no. V podstate sme v takom malom závetri. To môžeme rozbiť. Stávame nejaké srvatky. To nie sú dobré, ale čo sa dá robiť? Keď tieto rozbijeme, to je generácia many. To nechcem vylizovať. Už sme na 112. Takže je to solidné. Samozrejme, že by to chcelo ešte vylízať nejakú petelicu. Ale ideme odsypať, dneska je relaxačný tréningový deň. Tie čísla zle sa počítajú, v poslednom čase mi nejako unikajú. Je 594. relaxačný tréningový deň. 594. Trochu zlé číslo lústrojem. Aj to už sú pagody. Čo sa týka Battle Passu, máme to pod palcom. Ešte získame... už získame iba 5. Ešte získame 10. Už to aj dlho nepotrvá, už sme na 37 skoro. Ešte získame 10. Čo nás dá solidné číslo, popravde, solidné číslo. 93, aj 93 entropy shardov. Takže zatiaľ to vyzerá tak, že by sme odkúpili. Zatiaľ to vyzerá tak, že najviac sa predávajú samozrejme staffy. Tie sa točia na neskutočný úväzok. Takže vyzerá to, že by sme postavili staff. Ale finančne sme v závetri, takže to by som tiež nejako z toho nerobil vedára. Finančne sme v závetri. Finančný aspekt je dobrý. Aj keď sme mohli zarobiť oveľa viacej samozrejme, ale sme skromní. Stačí nám. Lebo aj keby som mal viacej, čo by som s tým robil? Nič. To je to, čo stále hovorím. Či mi tam kvasí príklad 10 000, ale mi tam kvasilo 15 000. Vždy to tam bude iba kvasiť. Je to škvrniak. Je to škvrniak, trošku to otáča. Ale oj. Smrť plešinky a smrť šedivky nás tvrdo zasiahla. Tvrdo a rázne nás smrť plešinky a smrť šedivky odstavila. Pozrieme sa, že aké misie máme. Brain Fungus, Molečanky, Korn. Lebo ti brain fungusy. Len to takto ležerne pozrieme dobre z ležerného súdka. Tie časy sú strašné, ktoré sme sa dožili. A ja sa nič robiť, také situácie. Tohto sme sa dožili, toto máme. A pán Štolverka je zdrvený. A získali sme Voidstalkerské triko, takže 160 sme ušetrili na ten prsteň. Na ten vylizaný prsteň, áno. Ale tie časy sú strašné, ktoré sme sa dožili, sú strašné.
I see you've answered my summons. Aye, that I do. I'm entire needed. The art of fishing is one that is long lost, but greatly needed now more than ever. I need you to go fishing for me. You can keep whatever you catch. Your actions carry quite a bit of weight out here. I'm hoping that when others see you out there fighting the waves, they'll join in and help preserve this ancient art. After ye best the beasts of the deep, be sure to mark your catches in my fishing ledger. Watch yourself out there. Oh, don't look the fish in the eye. You lose them that way.
Takže hovorím, je to strašné, čo sme sa dožili, je to niečo strašné. 34,5 stupňa, 34,4 to tu ukazuje. Je to tvrdé tu, je to tvrdé tu. Je to tu jednoducho tvrdé. Molčanky, roboti, morati. To je v podstate všetko. Takže hovorím, je to naozaj tvrdé. Ale dropli sme triko. Dropli sme to triko, len tým, mali sme už to 160, máme triko veľa skôr. Máme samozrejme triko veľa skôr, máme veľa skôr trikera. Dokončíme tieto svastiky, tieto lokaje a budúci týždeň postavím buď Staff alebo Greatsword, podľa toho, čo sa bude predávať za väčšie šovinizmy. Postavím tú zbraň, to sa bude lepšie otáčať a budem dúfať, že dostavím nejaký kvalitný trade. Budeme dúfať, že dostaneme nejakého kvalitného žochera, áno, kvalitného žochera. Toto je smradlavé, čo to robí. Neviem, či mi to bude stačiť na molrať články. Troška povedať molrať články. Oj, dožili sme sa starších časov. Máme tu robotov nejaké rybarčenie. A bol to nejaký skurvisyn, chorý, bol tu. Bol tu nejaký skurvisyn, nejaký narušený jedenec. Oj, stáva sa to, stáva sa to. Takže máme setík, máme triko. Máme setík, máme triko. Ale že droplo to triko nakoniec. Nechcel som tomu veriť, že dropne. Už som bol pripravený, že budeme to kupovať za 160. Nakoniec to teda droplo. Čo samozrejme, že z toho sme šokovaní. A také situácie. Za chvíľu to zabalíme a ideme odsypať. Už je to aj tak dlhý segment. My sme dokončili tie fetoly za čo potom. Na rybače môžeš škodiť to neviditeľnosť, čo je celkom dobrý nápad popravde. Čo je celkom dobrý nápad chodiť chamelón na rybarčenie. To znamená, čo spravíme teda, to ma aj napadlo. Tu niekde mám trojkového kojota, Tu máme tú durabilitu a tú durabilitu dáme na chameleona. No, tu sa to nedá spraviť, to som myslel, že sú iba zbrané. Ale za normálnej okolnosti to pôjde vylízať. No, takže my zarábame skromne, ale máme 10 000, zarábame a to sme utratili 2200 na škorice. Zarábame skromne, ale zarábame stabilne, áno? Zarábame stabilne. Zarábame skromne, ale zarábame stabilne, zarábame skromne, zarábame stabilne, skromne, ale stabilne, skromne a stabilne. A preto zarábame skromne, zarábame stabilne, zarábame skromne, zarábame stabilne. Zarábame skromne, skromne, ale stabilne. Takže ideme otci, budeme točiť.
Povedzme si to na rovinu, tohtoročný vstupný draft dopadol pre Slovensko obrovským sklamaním. Hoci sa oproti minulému roku ten počet draftovaných Slovákov zvýšil, teda na číslo 3, panuje skôr sklamanie a frustrácia, pretože v tom najlepšom prípade tento rok mohlo dokonca zaznieť až 10 slovenských mien. A práve preto sa dnes pobavíme čisto o slovenskej stope na drafte 2025. Povieme si niečo málo o draftovaných Slovákoch, prečo sa nedostalo na ďalších a nejaké vyhliadky aj pre budúci rok. Takže hoď like, odber a poďme mi rovno na to. Tohtoročný vstupný draft do NHL sa uskutočnil v Los Angeles a v podstate prvýkrát v tej novej forme. Prvé kolo sme dokonca aj streamovali, takže určite, pokiaľ ste mali to šťastie, tak ste na nás narazili a sledovali ste s nami a asi už aj viete naše stanovisko, respektíve moje k tomuto celému formátu. Za mňa osobne trvalo to určite dlhšie ako po minulé roky a ja viem, ušetrili sa najmä peniaze pre organizácie, ktoré nemuseli cestovať do dejiska toho draftu, ale fakt celé to pôsobilo nemastné, neslané a do toho sme dokonca videli ešte viac Garyho Bettmana, ako by sme si želali. Každopádne, pokiaľ by ste mali záujem, viem, že sa rozbehla už free agency, ale môžeme si kľudne ešte hodiť nejaké video o drafte v tomto formáte, takže pokiaľ by ste chceli a mali záujem, napíšte mi to do komentárov a povieme si také sklamania, preklamania, kto vyhral draft, kto prehral na drafte, nejaké také celkové zhrnutie. Čo sa týka ale samotnej slovenskej stopy, tak tento draftový ročník mal byť pre nás tým, povedal by som to, popredný alebo jeden z tých úspešnejších. Jednoducho, mohli sme sa zastaviť kľudne na čísle 10. Áno, potrebovali by sme kus toho šťastia, ale bol to jeden z menej možných scenárov. Pokiaľ ste sledovali draftové rebríčky už asi tak spred roka, tak viete, že väčšinou sa v prvom kole nachádzali hráči ako Luka Radiojevič, predovšetkým hlavne mladý obranca, ale niekedy aj Tomáš Pobežal. Avšak postupne ako išiel ten čas, ako sa hrala, ako prebiehala tá draftová sezóna, tak sa postupne tí hráči prepadali. Predovšetkým u nás, ale odzrkadlilo sa to aj na následných rankingoch. Môžeme preto vidieť, že napríklad spomedzi našich hráčov dokázal vyletieť Michal Svrček, naopak Tomáš Pobežal a Luka Radiojevič sa prepadali. A neboli sme nejak svedkami toho trendu ako v roku 2022, kedy Juraj Slavkovský a Šimon Nemec, áno, dohrali tu určite iné faktory pri tých dvoch našich nádejach, najmä kvôli seniorskej reprezentácii, ale mohli sme cítiť, že postupne sa jednoducho tí naši prepadali. To však neznamená, že sme s nimi nemali počítať na drafte. Šanca tam stále bola, avšak menšia a hlavne sme ich mohli očakávať už v nižších kolách. Teda nie v prvom, ani v druhom, možno až v tom treťom. Ja sám som vyspovedal niekoľko mladých Slovákov pred draftom a taktiež aj moji kolegovia z ostatných denníkov či portálov. Zistili sme, že o Slovákov bol skutočne záujem. Veď napríklad do takého Jana Chovana sa zaujímali takmer všetky týmy. Michal Prádel, ten označil záujem od 27 tímov. Luka Radiojevič 20, Michal Svrček 15, rovnako aj Tomáš Pobežal či Andrea Straka a dokonca aj Matúš Visi evidoval záujem od 13 klubov. Organizácie sa dokonca zaujímali aj o ďalšieho obrancu Patrika Zubeka a záujem bol nepochybne aj o Alexa Mišiaka. Napokon to však dopadlo tak, že draftovaní boli iba traja. A meno toho prvého zaznelo až v treťom kole, konkrétne na 75. pozícii, kedy si Detroit Red Wings vybral Michala Pradela. Sám označil Detroit za jeden z tých tímov, ktorí prejavili o neho najväčší záujem a napokon sa to aj potvrdilo. Červené krídla si vybrali hneď v ďalšom kole druhého Slováka, tentokrát útočníka Michala Svrčeka, ktorý bol teda draftovaný zo 119. miesta, no a ako tretieho si vybrali Jana Chovana, konkrétne králi z LA. To sme sa bavili o 6. kole a 184. pozícii. Keď sa to pozrieme možno trošku detálnejšie, tak Michal Pradel naplnil tie očakávania skrz to nejaké umiestnenie. Nerozprávali sme sa síce o ňom ako o top brankerovi.
No, balíme Flagana, páni, balíme Flagana. Keby nejaké píkočky, zapamätajte si. My to samozrejme ideme rozbaliť. Na radi to spomíname, ale čaká nás 594. relaxačný tréningový deň. Vidíme sa, snad sa vidíme, snad to príde.